get your paint and your minis ready. Come on over to the bullshit corner. We've got your minutes and a brush for you. Grab you a biscuit, pour some gravy on top. This little episode's gonna be a dang old bop. Cameron's got a steady hand and a bag of paint. Bag of paint! With a little bit of help from the biscuits in chat, those little minis get colors from base to matte. From layers of thin washes and a brush lick or two, he'll paint those minis right up for you. Yay-haw! Betty sip off, take your echo. Well, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, well, baby. Gravy, gravy biscuit with some jelly on top. Only one, higgle, biggle, bop. Bullshit corners streaming all night. Good old boys, mix and a tabletop fight.
All right, that's enough of that. Mic test, this is the mic test, mic test. Mic test, test that on mic. We're gonna test on the mic. Mic test. Yes, mic test. Blah, 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 blah. I got a few things to jimmy around over here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Random Convos with Cassie says, wishing you the happiest birthday today. Well, thank you very much. It is indeed my 38th birthday. I think it's 38. I'm fucking old. It's okay though. We all get old. Now today we ain't worried about that. Yesterday I got to fuck off. I got to fuck off and hang out and relax. And today, for the day, we're gonna paint. We're gonna paint. All right, I'm just about there. I gotta go grab the plinth for this model. So let me do that, and we can actually get rolling. Gonna be a long one today, so no pressure, nobody to actually spend the day. It's gonna be a long one. Dude, if I was 28 again, I'd buy more minis. All right, test latency 1, 2, 3. We're gonna be about 3 seconds on the latency. That ain't bad at all. Let's hit the thing. Oh, fucking A.
Tyler Stembridge donated a $10 super chat. Peanut butter creamy time service dog guide dog orangutan hot pepper fries globe.
Hot pepper, fries, globe. Thank you very much for the generous dono, Mr. Tyler Stembridge. Oh my god, the fucking... Stream Elements is broken. Stream Elements is broken. Ah! Alright, I gotta reconnect it. I'm telling y'all, so I actually booted this computer up an hour before the stream. Oh my god, the mic is blowing out. I booted this up an hour before the stream so that we could not have to go through all this. And I'm telling you, it's remarkable. You hit the little button. You hit the little button to go, and it all breaks. Hot pepper, french fries. Yes, that is correct. It said globe. Also, those other ones said service dog, and I thought that was really fun. Alright, it's trying to connect. I think things are fucking locking up. I'll turn on the face cam as soon as it lets it respond. Alright, things look like they're catching up. They look like they're okay. Cameras are coming back. Cameras is coming back. Is it gonna catch up? And nope. Doesn't look like it. Oh, Jesus. Come on, computer. For fuck's sake. Sometimes this machine just like... It can't handle anything. It can't handle running Chrome. It can't handle running OBS. And it likes to not have those problems before the starts. Ah, here we go. I heard a hang up. I got the little spinny blue thing on my computer. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. All right, computer is completely hard fucking locked up because it needed to log into, it had to log into fucking Chrome, so it killed the computer. I think it's starting to respond now, it looks like it. Maybe. Holy shit. Dude, I did all this before the stream so we didn't have to go through this. All right, so looks like I still have the little spinny circle on Stream Elements. And I don't understand what's going on, why the mic is so like blowed out. It's insane. Okay, so now we're gonna let the computer basically restart since it decided to crash 17 minutes into the stream. Dude, we're 17 minutes in. I started this up so specifically to not deal with this shit. All right. You know, I hope you guys enjoy this 20 minutes of technical difficulty. Why is that playing again? Holy shit. It's cool, it's cool. I'm telling you, I get up and I boot up this computer knowing it's gonna be an asshole and break. And then it does it anyways. But it waits till the stream starts to start fucking up. Mic test. Is it still blown out like destroyed ears audio level? Mic test. Time to put stream hands under the table. It is the Bustin stream. It is also hot as fuck in my apartment today. I got 2 fans blowing right at me. Alright, let's see if we can find our face cam and turn it on. It looks broken as well. You gotta be goddamn kidding me. Alright, now we gotta trace this camera down the back of the wall and fucking unplug and plug it back in. Everything worked until I hit go, man. Which cable is this? I need to just paint this fucking thing. It's that one. Can't see. Can't fucking tell. It's this one. Which runs to, I can't tell. To here. Which runs to, where the fuck is that? So I'll plug that one and plug it back in. Alright, it just isn't working at all now. And I can't see a fucking thing. There it is, you fucking bitch! Eat my ass, motherfucker! Alright! Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. Can this microphone just be like, let me turn it down to half fucking volume. It's destroying my ears. Like I see it goes from no voice. You should write the names of all your devices on apply it to the wrong cables. Yes. Is the problem that I'm talking from the wrong end of the mic? Test volume. No, it's just like insanely loud for some reason. All right, we're 30 minutes behind, and welcome to the stream. Maybe we'll put a little disclaimer in the stream to, if you're watching this back from the VOD, just skip the first half fucking hour. I ain't seen what you eat. I ain't putting my mouth there. My coffee's across the room. We're gonna go get that. No. And in the confusion, I left the most important part of the day. All right. So what we gotta do to get started though is put on some gloves and get this fucking plinth off the build plate. Two of my machines fucked up the plinth. So I had to print it a third time before the stream, and we're gonna have to clean it in our disgusting dunk tank to get it going. And then we're gonna focus the camera and actually get started. All of these things which were supposed to be done before the stream, but here we are anyways. Let's get this thing off the build plate. I do want to point out this Mono 4 has a textured build plate, and I actually don't like it. The little texture on here means that the pieces stay on the build plate so strongly that it often breaks the raft.
Nathan donated a $10 super chat. Looks like the tube is back to censoring practically anything.
Well,
so I guess no funny comments.
First off, thank you for the generous dono, Mr. Nathan. If you want uncensored comments, make sure to check out the Tangia. You can make the Tangia say penis, penis, butt dongs, all that good stuff. Tangia link in the description down below, and then I'll bring up the control panel if you want to draw penises on the screen. I have to approve those. All right, I'm going to put this back on the machine. We're going to clean this part. We're going to get started today. I'm going to go over what we're working on. We got something special today. We're working on this little tiny cute bust model for the Rising Ape challenge. Today it's 8 hours or bust. We have 8 hours to work on this bust, and we're going to paint up this bust, and we're going to use 8 hours. And we're going to sit and stream all day. So if you're in and out, if you're around, I'll be around. Anyhow, let me go put this over there and grab my coffee, and we'll actually get started. Also, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I have started to reclaim the space, and I got the table put away, all that good stuff. It was censoring the name Finnish National. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That could probably be construed as anti. I would assume the bots would grab the term national as anti-right rhetoric, and YouTube is pretty good about censoring that now. People get their fifis heard about nationalism anymore, so YouTube is cracking down on anti-national rhetoric, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's what I'd assume is why National is getting censored. Okay, so we got our new little plinth. It looks like this one also fucked up. Given that this has failed on 3 different machines, I'm actually going to blame the designer at this point. Maybe it's just a kind of a shitty orientation on the supports and whatnot. Come on over to the Country Fried Discord, share your work. Yes, Nightbot, let the people know that they can come over to the Country Fried Minis Discord and share their work. We often hang out in voice chats and do all kinds of fun stuff like a monthly movie night, contests and more. Come on over to the bullshit corner. We want to see it. The top is supposed to be angled. No, it's not the top I'm worried about. It's the bottom here. It's curved. It's curved. This is supposed to be flat and it's curved. This I know is supposed to be angled. This thing warped in 3 different printers. It's 3 different printers. Yeah, that angle's all fucked up. I might not even use this because it's so fucked up. But it is the least fucked up of the 3 I've printed out. I even printed this. This is on a brand new, freshly calibrated machine. And I printed this as the only thing on the build plate to eliminate any problems, and it still is problematic. I suspect that it needs a better orientation. Yeah, it had that same warp. Yeah, it's poorly angled. I suspect it needed a more extreme tilt to actually print correctly. So we may pivot and just do a different plinth of some sort. In that case, I think what I'll do is I'll just focus on painting this model, and I'm going to source a completely different plinth and maybe dedicate an hour of painting time to it, because this is fucking useless. How did it warp? The machine, how did it warp? It's supposed to have nice crisp angles here, and it's curved. It warped because the angle that it was on the build plate created too much suction force for the partially cured resin. It warped because someone doesn't actually know what they're doing when it comes to applying supports. They probably created an angle that works on their machines that they were testing on, but did not have a large enough sample size to get it correct. But we have our model, and we'll paint the model. I'll mount it to a paper clip instead, and we'll just work on that and not worry about the plant, because it is very broken and is not acceptable. How am I supposed to do a display mini with, problems like that? Anyhow. This is the subject of the show anyway. This little model here, and we're gonna try to get the camera focused, which is now unfocused. So we'll get that going, and then we can actually start painting. We're probably gonna do some airbrush work. It's gonna be a long day, y'all. Let's go ahead and give this like 7 hours instead of 8. That way I can actually put together a fucking plinth. Since this plinth is going in the trash. Alright, where is our Logitech? Logitech Logitunes. So now I have to open a preview projector in a new window. There we go. And then we'll pull up the camera because I can't use the autofocus. Let's assume we'd be holding the model about right here. So what I'm gonna have to do is hold my hand completely steady and in on it, and then we're gonna try to focus it. The crazy thing is, this thing is already like 6 inches away from the camera, and like 80% of the bar is getting it to focus even closer to the thing. I think that's as good as we're gonna get it right there. Honestly, that looks acceptable to me. Okay. How do I close this? Let's close that. Let's close that too. Happy birthday, sir. Yes, I'm fucking old today. Yes. Yes. Do not tip. It says so in the title. Alright, I'm going to pull up Tangia as well so I have the control panel. It should notify me if people want to do things. How do I get to this thing? Remember on Tangia. Oh, it logged me out. Why would it log me out? You don't use a website that logs you out. You can't tell us what to do with our tips. Yeah. This is true. This is quite true. Remember on Tangia, you can do stuff like this. For, let's see, this costs 25 cents. There we go. Yes, 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 yes. There you go. That would cost you 25 cents.
Meow, 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 penis, penis, bees in my butt, meow.
Exactly. Alright, I need to see the top of the fucking here so I can click the button. Thank you. There we go. I have that. I have this. What we're going to do, I think, is we're going to prime this model. But first we need to clean it up some. So we're going to get out our hobby knife. And I think we're actually going to put a fresh new blade on it today. So let's get those out. You can't tell me what to do. I have to disagree now that I'm tipping.
Another Nate asked me,
there you go.
boob lube cube tube for noob rube. Moist. Know what I'm saying? Oh, honey, I reckon I hear you loud and clear. That's quite the tongue twister you got there, like a spunk train barreling right through a lexicon roller coaster. It's as slippery as any unite.
What the fuck is it talking about a spunk train for? Holy moly. We're back on spunk train, y'all. We're back on the spunk train. Alright, so we got a few little spots here that need some love.
Keep it rolling. Let's make this chat as bubbly and slick as a fresh Cuban loop.
What the fuck was that? If we pop this open again, then I should be able to see where I can zoom in at.
Another Nate asked me, Rube to boob in a noob goob, boob tube, most, know what I mean? Oh, I getcha. You're speaking my language now. It's like we're riding the spunk train straight into a paint in a bag kind of day. Nuh-uh, ain't nobody gonna misunderstand that. Keep twisting those words around like a rotary autocannon. Keep it up and maybe we'll end up with a brown-gerine masterpiece or something.
A brown-gerine masterpiece. Do we have to paint this brown-gerine? I don't think so. I was actually thinking yellow and purple. But first we got to remove these really, really problematic and hard to get to support bits. These are the model creators supports as well. So I don't think they were actually necessary, and these are intensely problematic to remove. They're gonna leave little bits of residue. other than that, I don't have any complaints with the model. The model's super nice. We have some deformation underneath here that I think needs to get addressed. But it's well hidden. All the scarring is on this flat end, which no one's going to see anyways. However, the supports were so close, they created some clumping of the resin. We have some scars on the jacket itself. I don't actually really know what we're going to do about that. We have some scarring on the elbows and on the back.
Nathan donated a $2 super chat. Tip.
So
You fucking didn't. Holy shit, that's ridiculous. Alright, so I think we need to fill some holes. We have some pretty heinous little scars here. And I think in order to address that, we're going to need to use some Tamiya putty. That way we can get it down afterwards. Where is my cleaning toothbrush? I think even this toothbrush is a little too stiff for this model. Normally I wouldn't care this much about supports. Like, I'd leave a few little tidbits and scars here and there. Like, it doesn't matter for a tabletop quality at all. But in this case, it's supposed to be a display piece. So we're gonna have to deal with that. Why is this on Top Chats? I can tell you why. Because their app is bad. Alright, where is the Tamiya? We're gonna get our Tamiya putty. We're gonna get our Tamiya putty brush, which is right here. We're gonna get our acetone, if I can figure out where it's at. Alright. Is that actually in focus? Okay. Let's come back out to a 90-degree angle. We're gonna get going here, y'all. We're gonna get going. With a little bit of Tamiya Basic. Shout out to fucking Night Shift for this stuff. He doesn't thin it with acetone though. I have found that acetone works really well. So like, we're gonna go and we're gonna clean this old brush first from the old crusty stuff that was on there. Get it nice and ready. And you know what? I'm even gonna reuse that acetone because it's just got Tamiya putty in it. We're gonna take a little bit of our putty here. We're gonna put some in there. I don't need much. But I am going to put a tiny bit more acetone in there. You can use your Tamiya extra thin cement, you can use your Xylol, whatever carrier you want. But the beauty of this stuff is it's going to thin out into a very, very nice, super thin, liquidy putty that's going to dry very, very fast. And it's going to dry sandably. So we'll get this all mixed up. So we have a really nice, liquidy, goopy, like a thick paint almost. Right? So we'll get that going. And then we're going to come in, we're going to fill those little holes with the Tamiya putty. We want to make sure to keep this like kind of flowy.
Miles A donated a $5 super chat. Here's a tip for you. Hot dog, dotted line, face in clouds, tomato, birthday cake, mirror ball, jack-o'-lantern, hot dog, orangutan, sparkler firework, hot dog, hamburger, okay, sign, hot dog.
Hot dog. Holy moly. Thank you for the generous tip, Mr. Miles. That's a lot of hot dog. Mechmite. Alcohol won't work? No, alcohol won't work. No. Alcohol, you're right. Alcohol won't work. You wanna those styrene melting solvents. Stuff is basically just spur goo. Really. Alright, we get all these little holes filled with our super thin putty. Just want to make sure there's no little divots. I know it's hard to see what's going on here because it's gray on gray. But I can see, and if you were working on it yourself, you'd be able to see in person. Oh my God.
Another Nate donated a $10 super chat. Birthday presente, not tip. Aslo hot dog.
It says on the tin. It says on the tin. Thank you, Mr. Nate. Thank you, Mr. Nate. It is well appreciated. Hot dog. You know what? Let's even get that going, right? Hot dog is a cool name. How is hot dog? Aslo hot dog. Oh yes, Aslo hot dog. My brain corrected that to also. Let's. Let's see. Let's see if this works. See if that works. Okay, so this will take a little while to set up to sandability. And in the meantime, I think what we'll do is clean up a few of these scars a little better, and then we're gonna mount her to I guess a base of some sort. It looks okay. Got a few little scars in the hair. They're gonna be slightly
Country
problematic.
Fried Minis asked me, tell us about your perfect hot dogs, Mr. Nate. Ah, the perfect hot dog, the culinary equivalent of a cozy nap in a Start with a fluffy bun toasted to perfection like a kitten snuggling on a warm carpet. Add a juicy sausage that's crisp on the outside, as savory as a cyberpunk street cat's adventures. Top it off with green zesty mustard and maybe a sprinkle of NULN oil for that slick finish.
Wait, you don't put NULN oil on the hot dog. That's bad. Do not listen to this fucking robot. Do not put NULN oil on your hot dog. That's a terrible idea. Awful idea. Phone corrected to also, but I said no, I fucked up. Yes. You have to demand it from time to time. What am I looking for? I think we're after a paper clip. We're after our twist drills. We're after our pliers with the wire cutter. And then we're after the pin vise. And we also need to find some kind of handle. Can you handle the jandle? Is the real question here. Let's bring out our camera back again. Unfortunately, the focus angle is so shallow. This is going to be a little problematic. Maybe we can switch to autofocus for the time being. Right? Maybe we can do that. That'll probably be a little better. Hopefully. All right, so what we're going to do then is we want a toothpick to mount, or a fucking, maybe a toothpick would actually work. This will be fine though. So I like to take the last bit of the paper clip here. And we're going to come in with our clippers. Do not use your side cutters for this, you will break them. Fucking robot, the robot fucks? I don't know about that. I wouldn't trust it. I definitely wouldn't trust it. I seem to have misplaced my tweezers. I see them over there. They're over there. We're going to use different tweezers. We're going to get our 1mm bit. Create a nice hole for this to rest in. Alright, so there's already a decent little support scar in there, which y'all can't see because the autofocus. So let's, wow. Is that actually focused here? Holy shit.
Technor TN donated a $20 super chat. Happy orangutan 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 orangutan.
Holy fucking shit! Thank you for the dono, sir. I tried to not guffaw. I tried to not react, and just have that as a sound clip. Holy shit!
Hot dog, hot dog, hot doggy doggy dog, dog hot dog, dog. I'm an old lady and whenever I eat a hot dog I can't poop for a month. Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog, hot god dog.
An old lady who can't poop for a month after eating hot dog. Holy moly. Y'all are something else. Thank you so much. All I'm thinking is orangutan, though. Holy moly. That's one of those moments where, like, it ceases to have meaning after a while, right? Alright, so we're drilling out the bottom of our model here with the 1mm drill bit, and the 1mm is great because it fits a toothpick. I keep saying toothpick. It's not a toothpick, it's a paperclip. It fits a paperclip perfectly. So we'll get that going on. And I think to seat it, we're gonna put a little bit of, nah, I was gonna use some putty, but I think we're just gonna use our Gorilla Glue gel. We're gonna use our Gorilla Glue gel, and I think we're gonna apply it to the end of the toothpick rather than anywhere else. Stuff is great. It's been a very satisfying very satisfying purchase, and we're gonna work it in and out a few times just to make sure the inside of that hole is good and coated on all the surfaces. Get it in there, and we're gonna take our BSI Instaset and we're gonna mount our little thingamabob to this peg. And now from here, I think we actually want to get like I don't know what I'm gonna mount it to for a handle. Let's get out our old box of stuff. Our box of random stuff. Let's see what's in the box of random stuff to mount it to. I'm kind of thinking originally like a piece of cork would be good, but I'm just wondering if there's something we could even use as a plinth in here. Let's see. Let's take a peek. What could we mount it to that will work? It may just be a piece of cork after all. It may just be a piece of cork in the end. I kind of want to stick it to something where we can put it on the paint handle. So maybe just the hex base is actually where we want to go with this. Get this case closed up. Come on now. Come on now. There you go. Flipped down. Ready to roll. Yeah, I think we're space in the end. So let's get a good little start going here. Make sure our fingers are out of the way. We'll pop a little hole. Just pop a little hole there. A little hole. There we go. And we're gonna get out our super glue. How about a Space Marine for a plinth? See, I was thinking that might be all right, but because it's a bust, I think it'll be hard to find something nice and thematic. Unfortunately. And actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. I think we need to sand this first. So let's pick up that glue and do that again in a minute. All right, so from here, I actually have ready to go my Dremel with a fine sanding disc on it. And I think we're gonna get a little power tool time going on, and we're just gonna be real careful to hit those spots real gently. Power tool time. Very gentle little taps. Am I using the Dremel because it's absurd? Yes. Yes, I am. Is this a good tool for the job? No. Am I sanding my thumb? Yes. Yes, I am. Do I have sandpaper? Yes. Yes, I do. Am I going to use that sandpaper? Yes. Yes, I am. Get a little piece of this 800 grit. 800 grit. See, I was thinking something something silly, Mr. Nate, but I'm kind of leaning towards I kind of want like something in the spirit of the original plinth. I may model something, or maybe even something very plain, just like a black cube might be the way. Now, can I get in here is the question. Can I actually get in there? What's the method here? What is the method to get a little piece of sandpaper in there? I think the method is to make a tool. And we want to get in there and sand like that, right? So we want like we want a good snip angle here. So I think we're gonna cut this at a real sharp angle there, and we got this nice long tip. And we want a piece of sandpaper on it. And I think the way to get that piece of sandpaper on it is actually going to be to get out our extra thin. I need something to put it in. This will do. Just a little bit of that extra thin in there. And we're gonna dip our tip, dip that tip, and stick that paper on there. Wow. Can you please? Can you please? Can you please stick? There we go. It did not stick. It still did not stick. Maybe we can actually get a little bit of this stuff. Watch out. I think the problem is this is wood. So our extra thin is just like sucking up into it by cap. I think that's on there firm enough though. And now we have a little tool which we can probably get in there now. Just about. We cut these corners. And cut that back in too. Alright. Now we should have a little sanding jig here to... Yep. Just about enough to get in there and sand that down. Let me get real close to the camera because it's like the focal point is like 3 from this thing. All right, so get these little sections of the putty sanded down. How far in are we? Ah, yes, ads. That's how far in. Just do toothpick in the bottle? No, 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 no. That sounds like a terrible idea. Now, here's the question, y'all. Does this count as bust time? Should we count this? I think we should count this in the spirit of the whole process. That this is also part of the time limit. I don't know where the official rules lie. I'm assuming it is actually just brush time, limited to 8 hours. But we'll take 30 on this. I'm okay with that. All right, there we go. I think she's just about ready for priming. wouldn't you know it, I see another scar. I see another scar. Where's my acetone? Time doesn't start until fully primed. Okay, good to know. It sounds reasonable. We're gonna pull out our acetone and mix up our residual putty here. Man, it's so crazy to me that this camera, I wish I could show you guys a screenshot of the focus here on this stupid camera. So like, it's 85% of the way to the left of the bar for the focus. And it's focused like right here. So the 15% that's left is here to here. So like it's focused here and 80% of the focal is right here. I think something's wrong with the Logi software. It doesn't seem right. Or maybe you were never meant to manually control the focus of this shitty camera that I spent $200 on. Like there's another hole right there. And another hole right there. And there's knobbly scars. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's try to clean that up. There we go. I don't know how long this needs to set up before I can sand it. I can scrape it now. That might be the way. Yeah. There's another scar. Will I be able to find it again? Yes. It's filled in now. Stuff is really good. Definitely a learning curve to using it, but big recommend introducing some Tamiya Basic into your portfolio, into your toolbox. It's really good. Uh-oh. Is this computer locked up? I think the preview just locked up. Alright, I think we've got all the little bits out of here and there. If I can remove this too, you can see. You can see right. No, y'all really can't see. There's a very small filled hole there now. These holes are still kind of not good looking. There's just not a lot of room in there. It's okay though. I think we're gonna have the back of this model be really, really dark anyways. So that's fine. All right, with that, we're ready to actually mount this onto the base. Let's get that going. It's 1 p.m. I think we're ready to actually get some work in on this thing. Come on now. I think that hole sealed up. There we go. Alright, let's cure this on. Let's cure this on. Alright, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go get the backing for the airbrush, because we're going to be airbrushing. And then I'm going to get... I'm going to refill my coffee. We're going to get started on this happy little bust model. Let's put a few of these tools away. Let's put these and get the clutter out of the way. Make sure to hit your elbow on the corner of the table. That's always a fun time. Put that up. Put these up. Well, that's not good. It is right there, though. I thought it was gone forever. Definitely not locked up. Am I behind or are you behind? Because that was a while ago. Talking about the lockup. Okay, glue out the way. Tweezers put away. Make sure to miss the cup. What do we need? Checklist here. We need airbrush. We got the airbrush. We need this bottle filled up. We need, I think our clean water got polluted, so we need to refresh that. So I'm going to fill these bottles. I'm going to fill my coffee. We're going to get the backing for our airbrush, and we're going to get rolling. But in the meantime, I'm going to hit the BRB. Yeah, now would be a great time to get whatever you got going on. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Probably not even 3 minutes, honestly.
Gotta wear a respirator. Let's see. Can y'all even hear me there? Is that like audible? Good. to boost the mic? It looks like I need to boost the mic a little bit. What if we boost the mic there? How is that? Definitely not. Definitely not. Let's pull that back. Alright, let's see if our airbrush works. Did we clean the airbrush? It's everyone's favorite stage of the process. Yay! The ad played, and I couldn't catch it in time, so it broke chat again. It breaks chat every single time an ad plays. Alright, so will this work? Hey, what do you know? It does work. Okay. Alright, gloves on. Gloves on, gloves on, gloves on. Alright, so for this model, I think we're going to start with a Sonoros Black. And we're going to do a complex zenithal for it. Alright. Let's start with our Sonoros Black ready to go. And we're just going to start hitting this model all over. Get her completely coated black, even up underneath. Very gentle passes. So the idea here is if we hit it just a little at a time, it should dry very, very quickly. And we'll be able to move into those complex colors. But what we want is complete saturation of the black. It needs to be fully coated, solid color, before we start moving into other colors. And in fact, I'm going to put just a little bit of alcohol in here. We're going to just get out some 99%. And I'm going to grab a little bit with a pipette. And we're going to put like 3 drops in there. That should be enough. Should be enough. Give it a little stir. And break that surface tension up. Increase the flow. All that good stuff. We're just going to build up that coat until it's solid. We want any areas that we miss on this model to get nice and covered. Anywhere we fail to get paint on it, it needs to be dark shadow. It is display after all. Come on, airbrush, what the fuck? I think you got some wicked dry tip going on here. I'll give you full saturation. Nuh-uh. No saturation. Well, is that like dumping a bucket of water on you? That's kind of what I'm envisioning. It looks all right. I think we got it a little too wet though. But that's doing okay. I need that to dry though. Unfortunately. So I think what we can do while we have the airbrush out is go ahead and I hate to pivot to another project, but we're gonna base coat some Carita models while we wait on this to cure. So I want the shininess to go down before we start hitting this with another color. That's where we're at. Where's the focal point? It's focused like right here. Is it focused on anything at all? Is the question. It looks like it's not. The camera does not focus. This camera sucks dicks. And it sucks dicks in a bad way. Not even like there's not enough pressure. There's too much teeth. They just turn on autofocus. It's even worse. It's even worse. Alright. We do want that to cure up. We want that to cure up nicely, so we're gonna do some. We're gonna hit these Carita boys real quick. Let me grab them. All right, I got some Carita boys I want to work on. So we're just gonna shoot a little Vallejo on them. And then in the time it takes to do that, we should be ready to move back on to our main project. There's a fucking paintbrush for this. Let's get a paintbrush in there. Yeah, there we go. That makes way more sense. Plus, I can test out this color because I kind of want to use this color or gal anyways. All right, these guys are going to be sort of light, so we're just going to hit them with a quick purpley red undercoat. And they should be ready to move on to the next. We should be able to go back to our main model by the time this is done. I was going to do these in contrast paint, but instead we're gonna airbrush and dry brush the fuck out of them. This don't even have to be perfect. He's shooting out really spotty. I think my airbrush, something may actually be wrong with it. All right, we'll use this cup worth and then we'll go back to our model for the day. And if you out there want some Cretan mech or stable, keep an eye out on the eBay store. We got some stuff going up soon. I got those Comstar mechs I was working on. We're going to have some Pleiades Lancers, a few other things as well. Alright, so I think we're good there. The model that we were already working on doesn't look so shiny, so we should be able to pivot back to it. Let's flush this out real quick. So we'll take our dirty water. We're just gonna blast that cup into it, and then we're gonna shoot that through into our spray out pot. And I think we're gonna do one more flush because we're supposed to be doing white next. And you know what? I'm actually okay with a little bit of the purple being in there influencing our white. Now this is a new container of Stynylrez white. It shouldn't have the problem that we had before, but just to be sure, I'm going to also add a little bit of alcohol to it. We're gonna do like 3 drops. Come the fuck on. Jesus. Alright, so we got our alcohol in there. And we can definitely see where the purple is influencing it, but that's fine. Get this going. Give you all one of these real quick as well. What the fuck was that? Really? Thank you, Airbrush. You're a real pal. Well, never mind. I tried to draw a penis and it... Thou shalt spray that white stuff all over. Yes. This is accurate. Alright, one more time. There you go. Yes. Can't see shit anyways because this camera cannot fucking focus on anything that we're doing. Alright, so our light's coming in from kind of this angle here. So that's what we're gonna do. And this is speckling. This is at like really high pressure and it's still speckling. I think something might actually be wrong with this airbrush. I really need to take it completely apart and I got some serious flow constriction happening here, it would appear. What the fuck is wrong with it? Alright, something's wrong with the fucking airbrush, of course. Always something wrong with the goddamn airbrush. We need like disposable airbrushes, so you just get a new one out every time. But shoot some acetone through it. Maybe that'll fix the fucking problem. Man, it's crazy to me. If I wasn't doing a like 3 or 4 hours of airbrushing today, then it would be working fine. If I wasn't trying to airbrush on stream, it would be working fine. No problem. Not even a little bit of an issue. I even thin the fucking stuff. Alright. Let's manually thin it outside of the cup so that we can actually control how thin it is. What's really sad though here is that this paint in the container is already thinned to the consistency that you want to shoot it out of an airbrush. Surprising considering your intense maintenance regime. I've actually been cleaning the airbrush. Like, I don't understand how people, you see people with these like sparkling clean airbrushes, and it's like, are you using like 4 gallons of cleaning supplies every time you spray it, every time you fucking use it? I kind of disagree. I think that if I was not airbrushing on stream, there would be no issues right now. Alright. What the fuck is that? How is there... Did that just... I think there's holes in this print in her hair there. So what we're going for here now is we're going to do a really bright I think there's a ton of moisture in the airbrush. So my moisture trap is not like actually catching the moisture quite often. Alright, so we're going for a very, very strong zenithal from the top. But then we're also going to do a much lighter zenithal from this angle here. So we're establishing lighting from 2 angles is what we're doing now. Alright. And I wasted a ton of paint there, unfortunately. Alright, so now that we have that applied, I have some colors that I wanted to use in the project. I don't care much about the outside. Yeah, I agree. I don't really care about any of it, honestly. We're going to go with a super bright yellow. I'm going to go with super bright yellow. I think we're going with this, like, we're going to go with this moon yellow from one angle and purple from below. Do we want purple or do we want that? We maybe want that evil red that we just used. Okay, so let's clean this cup out that we just used. Let's clean this cup. I'm going to get some evil or some moon yellow on our model. We're gonna get this pretty fucking thin. Make this pretty fucking thin. Because we want to kind of filter with this. I don't need much. Just a little bit in there. Now let's test it. Yeah, okay, that's like basically 80% transparent. And we're going to hit that model again with our... I'm going to start tinting it. And the trick here is we're going very, 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 very light with each pass. So the color will build up extremely slowly. And we want to keep it light so that it doesn't run. And the color will slowly appear here. But we're using very light passes of our color. Just the tiniest bit with each little stroke. Y'all probably can't see the beam coming out of the thing, but I bet you can see the yellow starting to appear on the model. Well, this is bad. There's a fucking piece of something on the model. It's going to be hard to paint over. I sure wish I would have noticed this earlier. I sure as hell wish I noticed this earlier. I'm starting to think there's just fuzz. Pervasive fuzz and gets on my models. Alright, build up that yellow till it gets like peak saturation. We don't have to worry too much about ensuring that the directionality is the same as our zenical because it's so transparent. Because it's so transparent and because we're doing such light coats, we can hit it just straight on and it should maintain the effect because we informed the paint. So like I'm able to shoot it straight on here, but it should still follow the shadows that we assigned it. Now we will have to go back in and redefine some of the shadows later, but I've got a plan for that. Alright, our demonic yellow is coming along nicely. She's quite yellow there. Alright. So let's flush our yellow. Let's flush it real good. Shoot out the remainder. I'm gonna make sure to ruin our brand new t-shirt with the paint. Yep, there we go. Cool. My fucking apron was folded up on the corner, so that paint just hit. Brand new fucking shirt. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, we're gonna take that same color. Motherfucker. We're gonna make a really, really thin, a super thin, evil red. There we go. Super, super thin. Stupid thin. Very, very, very thin. This is basically colored water. And we're going to use that. We're going to shoot that through the airbrush now. We're going to come back in with our colored water. And we're gonna hit that other side so we get our two-tone effect going on. Now this stuff, because it's a really, really thin color, we need to be careful and not try to jump too high too quick. And we're coming up from underneath with it. Maybe a little bit more from this angle right here. A little bit more even. There we go. That color is not really reading on this camera. I think the white balance is really fucking with it. Do one more pass down here. Alright. And I think we're good with the airbrush, actually. From here, we're going to do some filter stuff. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. La, 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 la. Alright, okay, alright. Yay! I think she kind of liked it. All right. Okay. So paint fell off. What are we doing? We're shooting the rest of this airbrush out. Uh-oh. My spray out pot is bubbling. Alright, there we go. Let's turn off the compressor, shoot the remainder of the air out. Where the fuck did that even come from? We're gonna have to dump this thing out soon.
Yours bubbles. It's the alcohol of the acetone. Yes, that makes sense. Where are we at? Let's pull this back on. Let's see where we're actually at. Yes. Where are we actually at? So I could probably work about right here. So let's hold it right there and see if we can't get the focus correct. We'll go back and get it zoomed in to where we'd be working, which is going to be right here. Man, it's very like blue. Whatever it's doing on the white balance is making it quite blue instead of red. There's a lot more saturation in that purple. Let's see if we can't fix that. No, we want exposure there is good. It's a little closer. Restore brightness. boost our contrast a little bit, bring up the saturation a touch. It still don't want to, like, it ain't right. I can't get the yellow and the purple the right color. That's still very blue compared to what it actually looks like. It's more like all the way up the slider, but see, now the yellow's all fucky. That's maybe as close to reality as we're gonna get. I can't get both of them correct. Is that? See what that does to a blue. Yeah, let's see what it does to a pink. That's actually really close. Okay. That's as close as we're gonna get it. Okay, so I think for this model, we might do... What do y'all think? Gouache? Just want to see some fucking gouache work. Oh, cool. Ads. I love ads. I think we can use gouache. I think we're gonna use gouache. We may use a combination of both. For the gouache, we're gonna want a hard palette. And I think that's where we're at. So let's do that maybe. Yeah, I want to use them. I want to experiment. We're gonna experiment today. We're good with gouache. I can grab my tweezers while I'm up as well. All right, yeah, give me a second. Give me just a second as I walk across the room. I was digging through my art supplies the other day, and I happened to see, I took a class while I was staying in Tennessee a few years back. We were online at the time. It was during COVID. So I was with family, and the only art store we had access to was Hobby Lobby. I know, gross, right? But I did pick up this full set of gouache because we had a project that required gouache. And I think we're going to use gouache today. So let's get out a few colors and really think about what we're doing with this model. I haven't really put too much thought to what color she's gonna be, but I kind of want to do this, like, we're gonna go with some burnt sienna maybe. Let's get some burnt sienna out. Boom. Some burnt sienna. Let's get some burnt umber. Honestly, I was kind of thinking of trying to give her a Country Fried Minis hoodie as well, but honestly, I don't think there's a lot of space on that. Ooh, that carrier is yuck. I should have shook that up some. That's fine. Let's get some medium yellows in there. Let's get some medium yellow. Let's get some let's just get this crimson red. A little bit of crimson red. There we go. Some crimson red. Let's get some mauve. I think we need a green. Ooh, Ooh, this needs to be shook up. Get some purple out there. Let's get some... Yeah, let's do this one. I'm gonna go with some medium green. It's already open. There we go. We want a little blue in there as well. I think cobalt blue is our color. And then, did I put any yellow ochre out? I think we put the medium yellow, but not the ochre. This shit needs to be stirred as well. Some blue. Get some, did we not do ochre? No, we didn't. Ochre in there as well. And the beauty of gouache is it's going to perform a lot like acrylics, but we'll be able to reactivate and move it around. I am planning on doing a video with it, but today, why not just experiment with it for this fun challenge where we dig in and play with some new chemicals. Where's that paintbrush? I had a new one somewhere. Is this it? Yep. All right. So we're gonna want like a little dish of water ready to go. I think we use this. And then I have a squirt bottle here. There we go. And we can just mix on this surface as we get stuck in. So let's start with like a nice sienna. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna make this real thin, glazy type of coverage. And we're just gonna attack that face. We might come back in with some acrylics too at some point. I'm not really sure. But we just wanna get that sienna on there. And then we take a little bit of water. And because it's a gouache, we can thin it on our subject. And use it, keep it very, very, very transparent. Get in there and finagle it, fiddle with it. Make sure to hit the camera with your knee so it loses its position. Yes. Let's get in there and actually put on this thing. Is that kind of half-ass focused? Where is our focus? Our focus is fucking 3 inches away from the camera. I don't understand how you're supposed to use this damn thing for a webcam if it focuses so close. We'll just come back in with water, and that's the beauty of the gouache is you basically can come in with the water and reactivate it and move the pigment around. I want to keep that influence of the zenithal always there. Unfortunately, it appears that this pigment is really strong and is overpowering it quite a bit. So we're going to keep that in mind as we move. gonna attack it from different angles. There's a non-zero chance that we actually come back in later after all is said and done and reestablish our airbrush work on the model. But for now, let's get some base coats laid down. Get that kind of burnt sienna. It's very reminiscent of the Parasite Brown color. Let's put some here on the hand. And we could take some water and like everywhere we've got too much pigment, we can pick it up. We can pick it up here and come down here and move it around. It's basically like a thick watercolor material. It's just some pigments and dextrin. And in the end, we'll set this stuff. We'll set it with a top coat in the end. Okay, so got this foundational skin tone kind of down. Kind of, I say. We're going to start mixing in a darker brown. I really want to get that shadow going on the face. Kind of up here. Now, it does appear that this stuff really doesn't want to blend, unfortunately. We may have to go to acrylics. I think we're going to have to go to acrylics, unfortunately. The cheap-ass garbage quality of the material from Hobby Lobby means that the pigment is only going to go so far. That really sucks. It's got that. It's got it wants to kind of clump up. You can only thin it so much, and I need it really, really thin and transparent, unfortunately. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just reduce this to a tint. And bear that in mind when using this in the future. Is the student grade quality of these pigments means that we're probably not going to be able to use it for fun stuff. Unfortunately, that's fine. Well, I guess there's the answer about why you don't want to experiment on a project. Happy birthday. Welcome. Welcome, mister. We just attempted to use some gouache. It did not work out well. Should I do something with this at some point? I think so. For now, it's going to go and live on the floor. And we're going to switch back to acrylics with higher quality pigmentation. and do the same approach. Just keep it really, really, really thin. And we'll find something to do with the gouache in a future project, maybe a future video. I think the student tier pigments just means it's going to be much better served for I guess filters maybe. Probably be great for a backdrop. I don't know why I couldn't words there. Yeah, I bet you're right, Mr. Nate. I knocked my thing down. That is somehow still not wet. Look at that, hella wet. Soaking fucking wet. So wet to accompany our busting. You know, to quote Derek Zoolander, wetness is the essence of moisture? Who goes there? Oh,
Comstar
shit.
Knight donated a $49.99 super chat. Happy birthday. BR.
She's still the best, BRRERRER.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear CFM. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the generous dono, Mr. Comstar. Thank you. What was our palette again? We want a cobalt-ish blue. We want a mid-brown. We want an ochre. We'll even use some flat flesh this time since we have a convenient color for it. We want a bright yellow, and we'll even bring back out that original moon yellow. We're gonna get out our evil red, get out a purple. We're gonna use I need a green in there. My green selection kind of sucks butts, to tell you the truth. But I do have a flat green. And that's probably enough to start with for now. Let's go ahead and develop that skin tone. We're just going to use flat flesh. I really want to keep her kind of a little darker than your typical standard run-of-the-mill Caucasian. So maybe even that parasite brown will be our kind of base-ish tone. That's very close to that sienna we had. I want her skin tone to be of kind of ambiguous ethnicity. That's what I'm going for. Yellowish, bluish, kind of brown, and a reddish. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A little bit of green in there, too. Alright, so we want a hella thin color. Where's my damn fluid retarder? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. We want our fluid retarder as well. I want maximal working time. Alright, let's get in with the Parasite Brown. We haven't used Parasite Brown since Titania, I think it. Oh yeah, just like you can tell the high quality pigments because it goes over and it tints everything. Yeah, that fucking sucks. I really am excited about gouache. I maybe need to take a trip down to the dang old local Blick and pick up a few bottles of high quality gouache with really, you know, artist grade stuff with good fine pigment in it. The thing here is we want to keep the influence of those initial, the initial sprayed colors. Don't want to lose that underpainting. That parasite brown in. Although I think we're probably going to lose it mostly anyways. Unfortunately. You could probably go back in and reestablish it later. I think is what we might do. Let's get our initial layers on there. This is wanting to sit like a wash. I don't want that. Alright. What color hair should she have, y'all? I'm thinking either like a candy color or like we could go for like a super dark black, like a really, really shiny hair that catches those colors. The initial yellow and purple lighting effect. All right, let's get out a little bit of our... I actually want like a darker brown than this. I was thinking the saddle brown might be the case, but I used parasite brown on the Christmas goblin. Did I mix it into the green tones? I can't remember where we used that, to tell you the truth. Maybe flat brown. That's a contender. I almost want like a super dark skin tone to go in there. I use this heavy sienna maybe. Heavy sienna might be the way. Flat brown's nice. German camo brown's pretty dark too. Yeah, I was thinking the German camo brown might be really good. This one might be where it's at.
Well,
Heavy
butter my
sienna. Look at
biscuit.
that. Look at that beautiful brown. Beautiful dark brown. We're gonna make it really, really thin with a drop of retarder in it. You can see this is basically like a colored water at this point. You know, Mr. Comstar, I was wondering whether or not that stuff was working today. Cloudbot in the description if any of y'all out there want to fuck with it. At least that's where you started. I may have convinced you basic skin was better than I know can remember. Yes. Okay. We're gonna grab our flat, no, this was heavy sienna. And we're gonna come in and we're gonna establish that really dark shadow that I want. I really want like an intense shadow following her hair right here. Super dark. Super, super dark. We can actually feather that into our other color with a 50-50 mix right here. Just to really, really... Is that a piece of fuzz on her fucking face? Oh my god. Why with the fuzz everywhere? Why there's so much fuzz? Alright. There's so much fuzz on this fucking model. What the heck? What the heck? Boom, get that going on right there. Up area. A little bit of a shadow here too. You get that shadow up under the neck here too. Still keeping it real thin. Super thin. Working that color into the back up underneath. I can't even see what I'm doing back here. I think it's time for the magnifier. I'm gonna have to get up. So it's right here. So the magnifier is right there, like 3 feet away, but I'm gonna have to stand up and walk around this fucking thing to go grab it. I could reach it if this wasn't in the way. Yes, you can't see the fuzz, but I can see the fuzz. Alright, so where's our working area? Our working area is here. Dude, there's fuzz all over this model. That's a piece of fuzz right there. Is there just like fuzz in my brushes that's coming off? That's fuzz. That's fuzz. That's a piece of fuzz on her nose there. That's in the primer even. Alright. Much better. Let's get some more mid-brown on there. Oh, I may even need to like abandon some of the like really intense blendy stuff and just force it a little more, perhaps. There's fuzz fucking everywhere. Can't see the fuzz. You can't see the fuzz. You can see the fuzz. Alright, let's get some more sienna starting here. Start building it up. I see fuzz on the tip of the brush. I'm not convinced it's not just coming out of the brushes. Tell you the truth. I hit the camera and the whole fucking thing moved. No, I blame your use of the public air system. Should switch to ours in canned air. Oh, canned air's so expensive though, Nate. It's so expensive. I do live downtown. And keep the windows open with fans running every day. Let's get our Parasite Brown down. Let's get a little bit of our heavy sienna here. Now this stuff actually will work well as a wash. And I think that's what we're going for here. It's too much. We flooded it, but there we go. A little bit here. What color jacket does she have? Is the question now. What color jacket? I'm thinking of gray. Just a nice mid-gray. Maybe even medium sea gray. I know I have one up here. Medium sea gray. Let's get that a-going. Let's start building that in. Alright, Oni Lab, shake it. Let's get it, work our gray in over there. Let's make that super thin as well. The dropper retarder in it. Bow. Booyah ka-chow. Start building that up. And now that we're switching to acrylics, do we try to do a Country Fried Minis thing? I'm thinking of switching to a private water cycle myself. Wait, you talking like the evaporation cycle? Like the whole thing? Would that not require like your own private sun though? Wow, this is still very, very intensely pigmented. Oh my god, more fuzz. The fuzz is everywhere. The fuzz. Fuzz ruining my dang old efforts here. Dude, medium sea gray, that is a powerful pigment. Holy moly. There's fuzz fucking everywhere. Holy fucking shit. Y'all really can't see that fuzz? There's fuzz right there. Let's get in there and get rid of it. feel like I gotta paint display pieces in a damn clean room. That's crazy. Alright. I think we're caught up. Just need to figure out how to partition myself from the universal system. Let's do one of these actually. Yes. Where's our camera at? Our camera's right here, so I gotta work right there. Get this going. More fuzz, no! The fucking fuzz is killing me, man. It's killing me. Alright, so I think what we'll do is get these base colors down and then really start adding some shadow in. The fucking fuzz though. The fuzz is breaking me. More fuzz there. Can we maybe get that out of there? Can't see that fucking fuzz. The camera's resolution don't even pick it up. All right. I'm just gonna kind of be all over the place on this model, I think. A little bit here, a little bit there. Bounce back and forth. Yeah. Working some lights and some shadows kind of all over the place as we go. And we'll come back in with the with those original lighting colors, I think. And reestablish them in a bit. We can keep it rough for now. I really want the back of it to be pretty black too, because it's really only meant to be viewed from one angle anyways. So we can keep that, you keep that back really, really dark black. Black, black, black. I think that'll be more than acceptable and maybe even accentuate the project a little bit. where's the real detail on this model? I think it's the pocket, it's the chest, it's the nose and mouth area. She has a very prominent forehead, but I think that's more of like more of a shadow area, and it's this bit of hair right here. That's like the focal areas. The folds on the arms are a nice secondary detail zone, as are the folds coming over the shoulders. And the eyes themselves, I think, are also a secondary detail. Really. Okay, let's get that on there. Didn't mean to get that gray on the hand, but we'll just fucking roll with it. Now, I need like a really dark gray that's not a black. What do we think of a nice German gray here? Kind of what I'm thinking. Or maybe it's time to do more layering on the skin. Let's put out some flat flesh. Put out a little bit of flat flesh. Thin it way down. Bam, there we go. We're gonna start creating some shading areas on that face. So like here, nose, the cheek, this cheek as well. It's okay if it's a little rough. I'm gonna blend it in with the sienna. Take our sienna. We'll start working it in as well. All right, we're going to take our heavy sienna now. Start working it up here. Down here. A little bit of back and forth. Wet on wet, you know. Take advantage of the retarder in there. I'm going to come back in with our parasite brown. Again, I want to keep it kind of out of Caucasian, like generic Caucasian color. So I'm just going to do a little back and forth till we got it right where we want it, you know? It's going to look real haphazard at first until we get there. Do a 50-50 parasite brown and flat flesh. Start hitting that there. Stipple on some color. Really build it up a little at a time. It's going to look real ugly for a while. But it eventually will tick over and kind of click. We're going to do the same down here. We're going to come down. We're going to start putting a little bit on that skin. Unfortunately, that flat flesh seems to have a lot of titanium dioxide in it. We want to kind of tamp that down and try to control it as best we can. Get a less thinned down version of this. get out a little more parasite brown and have a puddle of it that's not super, super thin. A little thicker, thick paint here. It don't take much to turn this stuff into a wash. This stuff really wants to flow. Yeah. Just the slightest bit of moisture in it, and it already wants to flow. I wonder if it's got a different carrier than the other colors. So honestly, even like full strength, like straight out of the bottle, it's still kind of transparent-y. Is this actually like a really strong pigment, maybe? Who knows? Alright. Same thing here. Let's bring back in a little bit of that parasite brown on the face. Tell you, I'm about sick of this fucking thing hitting me. Hitting me in the face. I don't even know. Yeah, look at that. Parasite brown is basically a filter right out of the bottle. That's fucking wild. There's fuzz on this face. All right. Let's come back in. Let's keep on with the parasite brown. Let's build that color up. She's a little splotchy. That's okay. We'll work through that slowly. I think, honestly, the lion's share of this effort is going to be spent on the skin for the face. This is definitely going to be one of those projects where it's like, oh man, the ugly stage is really intense with this one. It's going to take some time to fight through. Oh yay, ads. Oh, I missed the chance to skip the first one. So now I have to sit here and skip the second one. Did it break chat? It did not. Because I managed to skip it in time. Alright, so... Dude, there's fucking fuzz everywhere on this fucking model. Where the fuck does it come from? Alright, we're going to come back in with unthinned parasite brown, just straight out of the bottle. Ow, bam, bam. And yeah, let's get that going. Alright. Let's put our attention back on the jacket for a bit. We come back in with another coat of our gray. And we're basically losing the of our zenithal, which really sucks. And we'll manually re-establish it, I think, by incorporating those colors back in as we mix up our highlight tones. That's how we're gonna have to do it, because I really want those colors on there. I want that what did Mako say earlier? An 80s street light vibe with that yellow lighting. We want that in there. Okay. Yep, I think, you know, if you're gonna do zenithal work, then it may do you well to pick pigments that don't lose their influence when going for like a super transparent coloration. This one's really strongly pigmented. Hard to tell when that'll happen though. I guess just experience is the way, and knowing your own palette, knowing the paints in your collection. Ugh, itchy nose. Yeah, that magnesium streetlight, babe. Mm-hmm. All right, I want to start establishing the shadows on the gray. So we're going to go for our German gray. And you know what? This paint has been so problematic in the past. I think we're going to put a fucking stir ball in it. I swear this bottle of German gray is basically two colors in the same bottle. Come on now. A bit of paint shot out of that and I don't know where it went. That could be bad. That could be bad. But who cares? Now there's a bottle in it. I have to give it a shake. See if that helped. It looks like it did. Looks like it may have. I want to thin the fuck out of it, just like the other colors. Thin the fuck out of it. Not magnesium. No one ever made a magnesium straight like you think it's sodium. Magnesium is what camera flash bulbs burned before we got cathode flashers. Who are you calling a cathode flasher? Alright, let's come in and hit the back here with some darker grays. Let's hit those shadow areas. Let's just build it up. Hit it underneath in those crevices. Bam. Very aggressive and patchy. We don't give a fuck about blending right here. We're establishing deep shadows. Establishing deep, deep shadows. Bringing in the darkness. Bam, this whole thing right here, like that. Up under here, up here, under that. A little bit there, a little bit there. Wow. Bloudy, bloudy, bloudy. I see all the fuzz. I guess the thing about like thinned out paints is it like really wraps around any bits of surface fuzz big time. This is almost a wash at this point, really. Bring it down the edge where we've got the dark color leading into the black shadows. Ow. Man. Booyaka-chow. Right here. There. Everywhere. We are not worried about cleanliness here. We're going to come in now with our medium sea gray. We're going to mix a little bit of our dark gray into it and try to get a nice like middle of the road situation going on here. Where we end up leaving the darkest color in the darkest crevices. Pow, pow, pow. It's got bubbles. We don't like bubbles around here. No bubbles. No bubbles. I just corrupted my original medium sea gray. No! Just coming in and attacking all our surfaces. Pow, 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 pow. Give me that. Give me that mid-gray. Boom, boom, booyaka-chow. That, and that, and that. Bam, bam, bam. Rough. Swift. Emotion. This is all part of the process. Mix in a little bit more of that, a little bit more of that, a little bit more of that. There we go. Yeah. Put it up swiftly. Because we're still going to come back in again with our original gray tinted with yellows and then tinted with purples and just give it a little bit of a back and forth treatment, you know? A little bit here, a little bit there. Build it up nicely. This needs dark back here. Bam. More dark back here. More dark down there. We need the dark again back here on that edge. Have it disappear into shadow. Have that that disappear. Feather it down. Long strokes. Same back here. Feather it down into the shadow. Long ass strokes. Bow, 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 bow. I'll show you some long ass strokes. Ass strokes. We're gonna come back in with our medium sea gray again and just like attack the high areas. Rapidamente. Get like a rough development of that color. Hit those high areas. Just working it back and forth. In and out, up and down. All those fucking euphemisms. Give it some love. Give it some action. Eventually it'll come out to have a nice, satisfying look. I don't think aggression is the term we're looking for here, but we want some passion in the stroke. We want it to flow, to be emotive. And it's fairly transparent, even as it looks really intensely pigmented here. Alright, we're going to hit that face again, and I think we're just going to give it an all-over treatment of the Parasite Brown. Boom, 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 boom. Just give it everywhere. We got the really thin Parasite Brown. The problem here is we want some really like solid coverage from our skin tone, and it's kind of a shitty color for that. So if I could just manipulate. We will apply many, 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 many thin coats, like super, super thin coats until it looks good. Where I'm really struggling here is in that crevice. And I'm really struggling to paint these hands without it just resting in the finger holes. We're having to use straight up full strength Parasite Brown out of the bottle without any thinning for it to stay put. It's just like a really watery paint. It's like a really watery paint. Yeah, even full strength, it wants to seep into the crevices instead of sit where you put it. You know, I've got another paint that's acting like that. I bet you that this paint went through a tough winter somewhere. Thank you, paintbrush. All right. Let's do another pass of the medium sea gray. I think our gray puddles have officially touched each other at this point, so they're blurring the what is what. And that may prove to be problematic. We'll probably have to do a whole new layer of all right, so the fuzz is probably floating around my apartment is what's going on, because that was not there and now it is there. That is not at all annoying, not even a little bit. Who's annoyed? What's annoyance? Are you annoyed? Let me know in the comments down below. I want to hear all about your annoyances. Okay, so more gray. More gray. Gray here, gray there. Gray that out. Gray this out. Pow, 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 pow. Gray that out. Bring our HPS lamp look back soon. In fact, let's do that now. Let's start to bring it back. I'm going to take our sun yellow and drop the paintbrush again, naturally. We didn't use sun yellow, we used moon yellow. I'm going to use moon yellow. I'm going to get that nice and thin too. Pow. And we're going to take our gray, put some of that out. I'm going to take some of our yellow. I'm going to mix it in there. Make it real yellowy gray. Alright, we're going to start re-establishing that yellow. Start re-establishing it. Maybe too far into the yellow direction. We'll see once this color dries though. No, it looks like it's nice and thin. It's going on really intensely right now, but I think that'll minimize as this layer dries out. Some here, some there. Across that. Is that in frame? I'm trying to keep it in frame, y'all. I'm trying. Put this color down straight right there. A little bit more intensely. Anywhere that like we can see that the light would be coming in. I'm going to tag that really hard with this color. Just like across that. It is still really thin. So it'll thin out, of course. Or it'll be fairly translucent. That's what I meant to say there. A lot of back and forth on this project. Instead of taking like a very direct route to where we're going, we want to work some in here, work some there, a little bit here, a little bit there, you know, back and forth, back and forth. And what'll happen is we'll start to get this look, and as we do it more and more and more, it'll really start to come together, and then we push it just a little further beyond that even. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking today. I want to take another moment, give a shout out to Mr. Grizzly Troll, who is probably not available right now, for getting me these magnifiers. Holy shit. They're very good. Make a huge difference. Big recommend getting a pair of magnifiers. Nice comfortable ones that sit on your forehead. I don't know how I didn't use these before. They make a huge difference. Alright, we need to bring this down a little bit right there. We have a hard step from the dark into the light. Skip! Alright, I think we're going to add a little bit more yellow down here. And then we're going to add a little bit yellow on this side, but not as much. Not as much. Sharp edges. Because we want that purple influence on this side. Alright. We're going to take more of our yellow. I'm going to mix a whole bunch more into our medium sea gray. We're going to get this intensely sickly greenish color and start working it in. Is that in frame? No. This looks really intense at the moment, but it's gonna kind of mellow out as it dries. All right, it's already looking funky. Quite funky in a really good way. I think so, at least. What do you think this music's about? I think I know. Based on who this music is by. Dude, I just cannot keep this in frame. I am sorry, y'all. I'm trying, yeah. More of that here. We got to do the same treatment with the skin too. Do little streaks down the I don't know what you call that, the elastic band at the bottom. I think we're going to do a little bit more of the yellowy right here, but not much. Just a little bit there and a little bit here, a little bit there perhaps. Top of that. That transition's really bad, so we're going to come in with medium sea gray and kind of flatten that curve out a little bit. And come back into our old blend of the gray and yellow. Fill that in now. It's starting to come back. Starting to come back just a little bit here. Let's filter that down with our medium sea gray. Same here, filter that. Starting to do some stipple action. Yeah, I think that's looking all right there. Let's take a lot more. Take a whole lot more of our moon yellow and mix that in. Whole lot more. Boom, 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 boom. Like a whole lot more. An intense jump. I'm gonna come back in and take these even further. But even less now. Like we want some of that previous color to be there too, you know? So less area, but still that same kind of rough, intense, emotion-filled coverage. I want this mini to almost have like a painterly quality to it. So we fill in that look that we were going for. It's obviously a song about that Mexican actor doing it. Yeah. Yes. In his role as Machete, though, right? Danny Trejo, yeah. I hear he opened a bunch of restaurants in the LA area. Let's feather those edges there. Boom. And yes, I'm using saliva, of course. Spit shade. Spit shade is real, y'all. quite real. A little bit more up here, but even less of it, right? Because the directional highlight's coming in that way, so there's not that much over here. Just some little bits. Just a tiny bit of it. Not much at all. Even less. In fact, I think that's too much right there. Let's lift that off. All right, and we're gonna deepen the bright areas now, because we're gonna want to come back in with even brighter yellow now. So we want to really solidify the areas that we have this color on before we highlight it up. It is a bit of like a greenish tone, isn't it? I think it's really fun how colors interact and become something interesting. All right, let's see what this is going to look like if we take a whole lot of this. We're going to take our moon yellow and mix in just like a tiny touch of this stuff. Let's see what our almost straight moon yellow looks like now. Let's keep it out of the crevices. It's almost straight. It's like 90% moon yellow here. It looks really bright at the moment, but I think that's gonna... It's gonna come down a bit. As this color dries. That's funny because we got to do basically the same treatment, but bring in our purple. Holy fuck, did I just have a stroke? I caught that right. Burp, 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 burp. Where are we sitting at? 3 hours. I think we're doing okay. I think we're still doing all right. I need a little bit more gray. I'm not satisfied with the blend here, and she would have had some yellow right there. That wouldn't be so dark there. And this could come up into here as like a lighter gray yellow right there. Yeah. same here. I want a little bit more of that like gray yellow faded back in, because this shadow would not be quite as deep as I've made it. There we go. Same here. Bring some of that back out again. Need some really dark shadow down here. I missed a little spot. Needs to get covered up. There we go. And that would actually have more shadow than what we gave it. Alright, so right here, doing a little more gray on that edge. No. And then this gets another pass of little striations. Someone else in the challenge did like a really intense treatment of the elastic band down there that looked really good. I don't want to copy them, but I kind of want a bit of the effect down there too. It's interesting to note, like, getting to see people's work on these is really influential. You really think this will take you 8 hours? But developing what's important and what isn't as a community for 2 years now, I feel like it'll cook in around 6.5 for a single model of this scale. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm going to be reduced to that anyways, because I need to sort out the plinth as well. But it's not that it'll take all of 8 hours. It's that there's an 8-hour limit. I think the hair is going to take fucking ages. Honestly. But we'll approach that when we get there. I almost think we could maybe hit the hair with some washes and try to save some of that like highlight effect from the airbrush. That would be really fucking cool. Alright, so here we are applying our moon yellow straight on at this point, and I may be overdoing it some. Right there, that was too much. Let's lift it off with a little bit of saliva. You know, I imagine yellow is probably one of the worst colors to be licking my brush on. Alright. So we're doing straight move here. And I want to those edges some. Edge that color. Edge it real good. Alright, I think we brought back some of the OSL feel there. Right, that looks decent. I think this right here is a little unrealistic. I've lost a little bit here. It's more intense in person. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our medium sea gray and some of that old color, and we're gonna start flattening that out some. That's kind of like in the direct light, so I think that shadow shouldn't be as deep as the areas that are like, you know, deep shadow. All right, and then we're gonna do a trick right here. This little piece of I don't know what you call that little piece of decoration on the arm. A little bit extra, I think. Yeah, we're looking good there. I think it's back. I think this is a little flat and should probably get more of the yellowy treatment. So let's bring it out right here. Like all of that should probably be more bright yellow. So we're gonna bring that up, and then we're gonna take our sea gray and we're gonna shade it back down and blend it while it's wet. Here as well. A little, that should be more bright because it's in the direct light. Here too. Now, bring it up. Bring that up. Bow, 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 bow. Pew, 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 pew. Little stipple action. Hit it hard and fast. We're gonna grab our moon yellow. We're gonna bring all this up right there. Now, all of that up. We want to bring that back down right here a little bit by mixing in some of the gray. I think that's a little better. It's still a little not bright enough there. Too much gray. Let's bring it back in with our gray yellow mix, and then we're going to come in again with our moon yellow and wow, really reinforce that. Now we're going to come back in everywhere, I think, with straight moon yellow, and just, we're not adding a new layer, but we are increasing the opacity in the areas where we want the brightest highlights. Kind of hitting it with a little bit of a stipply action. Right here on the top of her chest. We'll do the treatment with the yellow when we come back in and do the drawstrings as well. But I think for now, we have our light back on that model. Oh hell yeah, I'm about to squirt canned cheese onto Ritz crackers. Very nice. Alright, so let's take our heavy sienna again. And we're going to come back in and we're setting back up that shade from her hair. That dark shadow line. Dark shadow line. Put some shadow under the neck. Put some shadow under the chin. Down here. Deep in the crevices. I really don't know what we're going to do with the hair yet. I got a little brown on that collar. Need to fix that real quick. Let's do another layer of our heavy sienna. I really want this shadow dark right here. Dark, dark, dark. I gotta admit, I'm tempted to bring in some black to create that shadow. Let's come back in with the sienna. or the Parasite Brown, I mean. Let's just give her an all over, like, blocking in of core color. And then we're gonna fuzz that edge of the shadow just a little bit. Not much though. I want it to be pretty intense shadow difference there. And then with the hands down here again, they're beep, bow, bow, bow. This one here needs a little bit of shadow underneath, so we're going to take that same heavy sienna. I'm going to work it down onto the wrist. All right. Bum, bum. Do, 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 do. While that dries, we could maybe start working in our red here. And I'm a little worried about the evil red in that it's super dark right there. And I just don't know how it's going to perform when painted thin as opposed to sprayed thin, because it's very dark. It's a very dark color. Skip the ads. All right, let's see. Let's take our... I guess we're going to be working with the German gray. Take our German gray. Put a whole bunch of that down. Take our German gray, and then we'll take a little bit of this, and we'll work it in. I guess it's kind of working. Kind of. I wonder if we just need to just start putting this color on straight instead of working it into a shadow. Yeah, it's kind of what it looks like, actually. Alright, yeah. So we're just going to start slowly reestablishing our secondary color from underneath. And this is just glazing at this point. Heavy glaze. Put some here. Underneath, under there, under here. I think at this point, to establish this kind of color, it looks like what we can do is just straight up rub it over the whole area, including into the highlight work that we have so far. And then if any of the tide marks are showing up too thickly, we'll just thin it out with our saliva wash technique. And we're just gonna keep applying it, keep attacking, keep glazing. Glaze that purple up onto the model. And get that two-directional lighting going on. Oh my god, that's the wrong fucking color. No, 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 no. Get out of here. That was bad. Okay. We're just coming in. We're going to glaze that on. Pow, pow, pow. And we're going to... the edges. Spread it out. Same here. Glaze it on. Glaze it on. Very, 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 very thin. It's basically colored water at this point. We're kind of just applying a filter. And then we'll remove it from the highest edges. Spit shade this lady. All right, now this pass will do a little more deliberate because it is lighting from underneath, so we need to apply it in some of the spots, kind of like a highlight, basically. But as if we were coming up from the other side. Boom, bow. Okay. Strongest spot it needs probably right here, where we're still lacking at least. Up under there. And then in this area there. I think maybe we should mix our original medium sea gray into some of it. And get like, we reestablish some of our highlights that we lost here. With this like medium sea gray kind of purple mix. Yeah, that looks way better. Putting a little of that in there. Down here, get some of that. I guess the idea with the directional lighting is that we are indeed like, we're applying an influence to the base color. A very strong influence, but it's still an influence nonetheless, and not like a direct color application. And see, she's still gray, but she's like purpley. And then when we come back in with the purple again, we're gonna get it up on her face there, like right down here. I want the yellow on the skin tone as well. So for that, I think what we need to do is take our flat skin parasite brown highlights, and we need to establish those now. Let's get the highlights on the skin, like where the actual highlights are going to be. And then we'll start coming in with the yellow treatment on the face as well. Yellow and purple shadings at least. A little bit on the throat. A little bit here. We still don't have enough shadow like built up down here. Really struggling to get that filled in. There we go. Alright, we'll do another pass of the parasite brown over top of our pale ass pale flesh. It's not even pale flesh, it's flat flesh. It's really, really not satisfying. So many of these skin tones are just like stupid chalky. Alright. Okay, so from here, this is where we want that. We want a little blue influence. You're parasite brown. I love parasite brown. It's such a color. Alright, so we want a little bit of this. What is this? Imperial blue. We want some of that, and then we want this parasite brown. And we're going to make a really, really subtle blue here.
Your parasite brown.
Fucking David Attenborough. He really is the best TTS. Alright, so with our parasite brown and the blue, we've got like this kind of greenish tone. And I may have thinned it a little too much, but that's fine. We're going to come in with a filter, and we're just going to start layering on a glaze of blue around the eye sockets. Just a little bit. Just a bit in there. It is performing like a wash, unfortunately. I should have thinned it with medium, I guess. All right, and then we're going to take our purple color from earlier and mix it with some parasite brown. And we're going to give like a reddish tint influence to her lips. Just a little bit, very subtle. All right, and we're going to take our dark shadow color. I'm going to put some influence under the nose, glaze it down onto the lower side of her, lower bits of her face. All right, let's do another layer of glazing of blue. Those eye sockets need to have a little depth in them, just a little bit. You want to see the visage of mortality. And bring it down on those edges some. doesn't want to. You don't want it to look like a black eye, but you do want it like. You want it deep. You want those sockets to look like they're deep. And then the same. I think we can actually just use the same like blue kind of shade for the.
Here in his natural habitat, we observe Cameron, the modern hobbyist, engaged in a delicate ritual. Armed with his trusty airbrush, he attempts to bring life to his creation Dot, but alas, disaster strikes. The instrument, so carefully relied upon, betrays him at the crucial moment. Dot frustration builds. Watch closely now as the creature reaches the limit of his patience.
Watch closely now as the creature reaches the limits of his patience. That's pretty fucking good. Oh man, Attenborough doing Attenborough is even better. Alright, so we're going to take this heavy sienna and we're going to continue influence on our hands down here. I'm going to need to do down here. It says 8,000 kbps now. One moment. So I actually had messaged the people, the Comcast people, when this was happening last night, and they got back and they said, everything looks fine on our end. Yuck. Fuck Comcast. Fuck Comcast. If you work for Comcast, or you have a family that works for Comcast, quit your job. Quit your fucking job. Go work for someone else. You're contributing to fucking horrible, horrible fucking blight on this country. All right. What I would give to have access to a real ISP. Would I sacrifice my pinky toe? I think I would. I think I would actually sacrifice the pinky toe. That's about how far I'd go. Would I permanently sacrifice my left big toenail? Like the whole thing, like it never comes back? Yes. I hate Comcast so much. And like the other option is AT&T cellular internet, which honestly I'm thinking of switching. It's 3:43 p.m. that we had 20 minutes of problem and like what 30 minutes to prime it. There's actually only about 3 hours of work on the model currently. We got a long ways to go. I'm just trying to calm down and stop bitching, you know. It's not becoming of a young lady like myself. What color hair are we doing? What color hair are we doing here? I think we're doing German camo black brown. I think that's what we're going for. Dude, we're getting this model done regardless. It's happening. Today it's happening. We're getting this done. We're chilling. We're shitting. We're screaming. We're farting. Grabbing paper tubes. Holding on for dear life. There we go. German camo black brown. I think that's our color today. It's brown, but it's black. And we're gonna go for like a nice shiny hair. Yeah, like a really... Again, I want her to be like, kind of, ambiguous ethnicity. She's like, an archetype more than a person, I suppose. She's the object of our admiration. Observing her under the, I don't know what would be created, the purple light, under this twin light source. And you know what? I think we're just going in and we're hitting all the hair. We're just covering it all over. Every bit of it. Getting it done. Now, there is a problem here. I want to, I really want to preserve like an hour of our time to paint the plinth. And given that the plinth has given us such trouble, I think what I want to do for a plinth is to, I want to model one in Blender, I think. And then print out and paint it up. I'm just thinking like a... So our original plinth is like this deal, right? So it's like one of these thingamabobs where it's like kind of a decorative shape, you know, like that ish. And instead of that shape, I think what we want is just like a pretty solid, we're gonna have a cube going on, but like with a tall back. So this is all at an angle, like a cube with a slice through it, like at like 35, 40 degrees, and then her stand will be sticking up out of it, and the model will be like right here. Right. So she's up here. And then we're still gonna have that same lighting coming in. So like this whole thing will be flat black, but we'll have this like this yellow light spilling onto it right here. Oh, come the fuck on! Motherfucker! We've got 800 kbps on my Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone. That's where we're at. Waiting on it to recover. I was thinking I might do some Blender shit. But this stream brought to you by the fantastic service at Xfinity. Make sure to sign up for Comcast now and you can pay them $400 a month for internet that doesn't fucking work. I said I wouldn't get mad today. I lied to y'all. What is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Desktop overlay host? What the fuck is that? Yes. No. No, 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 no. Let's refresh. Do we have chat? Do we have chat? Yeah. Again, if you work for Comcast or you know someone who works for Comcast, please quit your fucking job and go work for a company that isn't a piece of fucking shit garbage.
Oh, jeez.
All right, what the fuck are we doing here? I don't think we have enough speed to actually continue this. I think it's going to continue to buffer and buffer and buffer. I'm not going to be able to monitor chat there, at least. Why don't I see chat in OBS? Chat. Let's bring up chat there. Okay, I can maybe see chat over here. Yeah, I love Comcast. It's so cool. They're my only option. And why would they provide usable internet if they can just, you know, be the only option to where you don't get an option? Okay, so what we're gonna do now is fucking shit in our pants. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring our model into Blender. We're gonna go into edit mode. We're gonna make sure that model is selected. Go into edit mode. We're gonna hit P, and we're gonna separate by loose parts. And we're gonna select all of these down to the end of the lit. Oh my god, is it really like that fucking long? Holy goddamn shit. How do I select all? Select all. God fucking damn it. Select all, and then we're going to deselect that, and we're going to delete all those. There we go. Okay, so I need a plinth. I need a plinth for this model. I don't know how well the stream is running. It's probably running really bad, but I don't give a goddamn at this point. I still got 4 hours to go, and I need this shithole company to provide me the service that I pay way too fucking much for. Alright, so we got our model here. I want to shift her up. And we're going to try to bring in a cube. We're going to add a mesh cube. And we're going to size it up till it's about right. Kind of like that-ish, maybe?
Nathan donated a $10 super chat. Doc Tick Flick Smith Switch Ditch Mitch List Blister Lizard Blizzard Gizzard Fisher Mr. Crisper Whisper Disturb Implore Vorston Piz in a Bed Lead in the Bloodstream Compelling Pig Broccoli Taco Big Totty Tyler Orangutan.
Dog Tick Flick Smith Switch Ditch Mitch List Blister Lizard Blizzard Gizzard Fissure Mr. Crisper Whisper Disturb Implore Vouston Piz in a Bed Lead in the Bloodstream Compelling Pig Broccoli Taco Big Toddy Tyler Orangutan. Yes. That one almost got me. I tried. All right, so we want a pretty big plinth. I think that's good right there. And what we're going to do then is we're going to go into edit mode. We're going to go into edit mode, and we're going to grab this line, and we're just going to move it, right? We're just going to come in, and we're going to get that angle right. That's it. And then from there, I think what we want to do is add a bevel. So to add a bevel, what we're going to do is select all these edges where we want a nice little bevel on them. Boom, 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 boom. So all of those. And we're going to do our bevel tool. And we're going to drag it a little bit, but then we're going to adjust this. I actually want like a real smooth dealio there. All right. Let's set our bevel. I want, oh my god damn, can I just bring up the bevel tool without dragging the thing first? I don't want to drag this before it comes out. How do I bring up the tool? How do I bring up the fucking tool before? Like, here's the problem. So if I drag that to bring the thing out, I need to bring this out before I drag the tool, right? There's no way for me to get the size right. Because we want just a tiny bevel. There we go. They just need to be barely rounded. We'll do like, bam, 9 segments maybe. Let's go back into object mode and take a look. Yeah, okay. So, thing is, I don't want like a super sharp crease there. I just want that. And that looks fine to me. That looks fine to me. It should be taller though. It should be taller. So what we're gonna do then, we're gonna go back into edit mode. We're gonna grab the bottom and we're gonna move it, and we're gonna just bring that down. I think that's more reasonable right there. Yeah, about like, it needs to be about like that. Okay, so that looks good to me. The angle's about right. So we're going to delete that. We're going to take this and we're going to export this object. We're going to export this object. I'm going to export this as STL. I'm going to call this desktop. I think I have a thing in here called STL stuff. There we go. We're going to call this 75 millimeter bust plinth. Export STL. Cool. All right, so from here, I think we're going to toss this into Anycubic. Toss this into Anycubic. We're going to do this on our Mono 4. And we're going to bring in desktop. We want our brand new STL stuff. We want our 75 millimeter bust plinth. We want to bring that in. And we want that kind of like, about like that tilt maybe. It may actually need to come forward like this so that the top doesn't create a problem. And we're going to go with medium supports, I think. And then we're going to put in some manual ones. Let's do some heavy manual ones. So I want to add like, bam. No. I don't want it coming off the branch, honestly. And honestly, I should probably hollow this fucking thing, I think. Yeah. Yep. Let's take this back. Take this back to the beginning real quick. Let's dig in and hollow it first. Let's dig in and hollow it. Hollow, no infill. We're going to go with 2.5 millimeter walls. Nice and hollow on the inside, okay, and then we're going to punch some holes in the bottom. I think maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Except I want them more even. So let's do, bam. It's a little, I guess I could look from here, couldn't I? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Put one there, one there, one there, one there, one right in the middle. Wow. All right. Now let's get this set up. And then what we're going to do, it looks like we're at basically the same fucking speed as Xfinity if I use my hotspot. Absolutely ridiculous. Maybe this is what we just do from now on. I stream from the fucking hotspot. Fucking stupid. God damn, I hate Comcast so much. Let's go with some medium supports. Let's generate medium supports. It's too much. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I want them all on the bottom. Like they were before. There we go. And we're going to take some heavies. And we're going to toss in a few heavies here and there. Bam. 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 Get one in there. Bam. Let's slice this bad boy. Done. Let's go back to here. Let's slice it up. Pow. Click the button twice because it didn't take the first time. Let's slice this bad boy. Beep, boo-doo-deep. Yeah, boy. Let's save our slice file. We're gonna call this. Fuck you, Comcast. Get this thing a running. Is that working over there? It looks like it is. It looks like it's running. Let me know if anyone's in the chat at this point, and let me know if it's buffering at all. I can't actually see if anyone's there currently. All right, it's slicing. It's slicing. It's doing its thing. We're gonna let it run. Yes. Mm-hmm. It's there. It's on the USB drive. We're gonna eject it. All right, that easy to make a flint. I mean, obviously there's some know-how that's been picked up in learning the basics of Blender, but like, easy to me. Let's print fuck you Comcast.pm4. That'll be done in about 6 hours. I'll save an hour's worth of work for this. So what's that leave us? We've got 3 hours left that I can work on this model. Let's see if we can do it. I'm gonna hit the paint stream capture right there. I am in fact here. There's 0 buffer, 0 stutter. Thank you, Mr. Nate. I don't like that I'm having to use this, but you know what? Fuck Comcast. Fuck Comcast right in their in their network reliability. Fuck them right in it. Oh, you know what? It just hit me that I have to hook up this. I have to hook up the Ethernet to this computer and get it back on the network. I wonder if that's gonna work. I wonder if that's gonna work. It looks like it's running, so I'm afraid that it's gonna like that the Ethernet is gonna like hijack the internet connection, and it did immediately. Okay, is that running now? It looks like it's moving, because both the computers have to be on the network for the NDI to work. Let's pop back over here for a minute and see if this will stay kind of half-ass stable. It looks okay. We're at 7K BPS. Where'd I put my magnifier? There it is. It's fluctuating back and forth between 10K and 1K on the Wi-Fi. All right, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. I love internet problems, and they can't fix these internet problems. Furthermore, they tell me there are no problems. All right. Let's close this, reopen this. Let's skip the fucking ad. Let's switch to all messages. We have 2 watching, and I am one of those. Cool. Really, it's like super fucking stoked that Comcast killed yet another stream. Let's paint. What were we doing? I don't know why I'm asking y'all. We're gonna paint this hair German camo black brown. Solid coverage. It is a really thinned out color though, so we should still maintain a little bit of transparency with it, and that's what we're hoping for here. Maybe we need to remove those support scars though. They're very unsightly. I wish I would have seen them earlier. Better late than never, though. There are little tiny holes in her hair that need to be filled, and we need to do that now. So let's fix that. Painting, welcome back. Yeah, we're on hotspot internet. Hopefully it stays stable enough using that. I will probably run out of data within an hour. So we're going to get as much done as we can. Basically, I have unlimited, but they throttle you to basically unusably slow after so much use. What the fuck am I even doing? I'm gonna do a little acetone in there. We're gonna find our putty brush, which is right here. We're gonna start mixing up that putty again. Dude, acetone is such a good solvent for this. Shout out to acetone. Comcast employees could really learn a thing or two about acetone. It never lets you down. It does what it professes to do, and doesn't stop working midway through. Alright. Let's get our putty in those holes. Get that putty in those holes. And it should dry really, really, really fucking quickly. That's the cool thing about this Tamiya putty. And I think we're going to use this loose blade here. We're going to come in and we're going to scrape those spots. I'm going to scrape all that putty free. It's like a spackle treatment. Where's our little sandy thing we made? There it is. Let's come in here and give those a little love. Little surface abrasion. Get all that extra shit off of there. There we go. Alright. Ain't nothing gonna stop us, man. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. I'm gonna take our German camo black brown. Kind of hit those spots real heavy. Because it's thin. We got a real thin mixture here so that the underlying color will peek through. Oh look, there's a dang old bit of fuzz. What do you know? Some fuzz right there. I also see some fucking support scars. For shame, for shame. Let's clean those off. Clean those dang old support scars off. Get rid of them. Alright, I think we might actually want to take a little bit of black too. A real thin, super thin bit of black. And feather it into these colors on the back. Is this supposed to be her ear back there? I believe it is. So we're gonna clean it up a little bit. After the stream tonight, I will also post that 75mm plinth to my cults page if any of y'all want it. Free, of course. I wouldn't dare charge for that. You're going to want to hollow it. You're going to want to, you know, pre-support it. I guess I could do a supported version if mine prints out. I could save it as an object ready to go. What color is her hair tie, you think? I think simple. It's just gonna be black. Fucking German camo black brown. What a good color. What's a good color? All right, get that hair all browned out. See how far we can take this dang old 8-hour bust project. So what's going to be really interesting here is I think it's one of the big focal points. So our lighting's coming in like this, and the shadow is going to be like a hard line where there's not going to be any yellow. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that comes out. I will put this model for sale on eBay. If any of y'all want it and want to show support for the channel, you can pick it up there. I'm not going to give it a dollar amount. If you want to send an offer, send it my way. I'll either accept or send a counter offer. I will probably sign it, I suppose, as well, somewhere on it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If it's worth it in the end. Got a lot of hair up under here that's going to be hard to get to. I should have done this first. But maybe the liquidy nature of this paint will help us navigate that. My hands are shaking kind of bad. Alright. There we go. Do another layer here. I think we need a tighter brush too now. What about you? I think this needs some acetone love. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Well then, don't clean your GW brushes with acetone. Holy shit. That's a dead fucking brush. Maybe don't swizzle your GW brush in acetone. I need something with a tight tip though. What about you? Look really sharp. Is that 3.0? It looks decent. It's a little hooked, but we could work with it. Let's clean it up. It was used for This was used for metallics, unfortunately. Hopefully we can get all the metallic out of it. All right. Let's come in and get some very tightly controlled paint on her eyebrows. She's got like stylized lashes as well. I think we're just gonna go dark on those as well. I was thinking like blue, but I don't think I'm on board for that. We maybe need this color without any thinning. There it is. Those are synthetic brushes, ain't they? Wouldn't be surprised if acetone melted them. No, Taclon is usually good. I think what happened is I used that brush for like some turf or something, and it basically just got ruined. If you have nylon brushes, nylon is not does not dissolve in acetone. I generally wouldn't have natural brushes in my collection. I've said it before, and I'm no longer a crusader for animal rights, but unfortunately Sable suffers a lot in the harvesting of their fur. So it's I can't use natural bristles. I know there's some other ones like they got the wolf hair brushes, and I feel like there are camel brushes as well. But Sable's usually the go-to, and yeah, Sable suffers a lot. I'm not going to get into that too much, but if you want to do research into it, it's pretty bad, unfortunately. So I don't use them, and they do have the best fur for brushes. Okay, so let's get a thicker coat on this side over here. I actually don't need any of that any of the yellow showing through, since we're going to reestablish it. There's another little piece of support here. See if we can't remove it. Okay. The glue that holds the bristles in isn't usually immune to acetone. Ah, interesting. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. The glue, GW's glue, is susceptible to the acetone. It is entirely possible that that brush was like already splayed out and destroyed and just kind of glued in place by the last whatever I used on it. Alright, so doing our two thin coats approach here. Alright, so with a solid coat almost fully applied, We can move in, we can start highlighting the hair. I don't know if we need to do the hair or the face first. We may need to do another layer on the face and let it be drying as we move into the hair here. I also, like I said earlier, I kind of want to work in some black back here on the back of the model. Yeah, we're gonna do that here in a second. Let's do another layer on the face first. Our paints are dried out on the wet palette. If you can believe it, our paints on the wet palette are dried out. I suspect it is the heat in my apartment and the moving air from the fan. Hello, Grim. Welcome. We will see how long this lasts. We're on the hotspot internet. Comcast has failed us once again. Just the absolute best, most awesome, coolest fucking company. Big fan, don't you know? Real big fan. I'm lying to y'all right now, by the way. I don't know if you caught that. I'm just gonna build up the parasite brown again. I'm really digging the color. Really digging it. Such a good color. Really challenging to work with, though. Don't really know what to make of it. It kind of wants to be not thinned. Let's get some more on the neck. A little bit more on the chest. There is a really unfortunate piece of damage that happened to the model there, and I really don't know what to do about it. Just another pass over the knuckles. I think we kind of actually need a more full strength parasite brown for that, though. Be really careful here. I don't want it in the crevices. I want to maximize that shadow. Of course, we immediately create a problem. Maximum Zerkism. Color good. Color good. It's all right. It's I'm learning a lot here. Definitely went into this project pretty cocksure. And maybe it was a little unwarranted, but she's starting to come along. Oh man. Now I can attest right here that the parasite brown on like layer 10 starts to look really fucking good. Okay, nice and smooth. Beautiful. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I wonder what I could do about that little scar on the neck though. can I get in here with the hobby knife without hitting my face on the fucking camera? I'm not sure what's actually going on there. Is that a lump of paint, maybe? It's such an obvious area of whatever this is very evident. Can we make an even smaller sanding stick? Maybe that's what we can do here. You want to be not thinned. Ooh, Popcat? Yes, I agree. I agree, Popcat. I agree with Popcat. Didn't we have a little piece of sanding material out here? This will have to do right here. I need just a tiny, tiny corner of this, really. That's funny. I can't cut it from this side. It's got to be cut from the back. All right. We need that right there. And then we need our... Where's that little lid? There we go. We'll take our little lid here. We're going to put a drop of super glue in there. And then we're going to pick up our little piece. Our little piece of stuff right there. That's ridiculous. Come on, man. There we go. Now we got a tiny little piece of sanding material here. Let's make sure all that super glue is cured up too. You know what we ain't seen today? Another sanding option is to sand on the glands. Yes, I agree. Also, that sand directly to the stick. That is true. I think it's still too much to even get in there. I like that cat. That is a cool cat. Very silly. Can we shave this down now? Is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna do this without injuring myself even would be cool. Ooh, don't cut yourself. I don't have kibbles though. I don't actually have any kibbles. Alright, is that in frame where y'all can see what I'm doing? Alright, so I've made a tool here. I could get all this excess wood off of it. So we have basically cut down a toothpick to a very tiny, it's not a point. It's like a very small tip, like a third size tip. And on the tip of that is just a little bit of sandpaper. We're going to try to get in here and sand that spot on our model. The angle is wrong too. But I think it might be working. And yeah, it did destroy the paint job there. But we still need a ton more work there. Let's rub it down with a paintbrush and see what that area looks like now. I think it's okay. What we'll do is we'll come in with our really dark brown now and just kind of repaint that area anyways. Can't really see what I'm doing back here, unfortunately, but that's fine. We'll reestablish our browns. We're gonna have to tidy up these edges of the jacket as well. The neck there. And then I did forget up under here anyways. So we're gonna come in with the heavy sienna back here. Oh my god, there's a piece of fuzz. The fuzz, the interminable fuzz. You can see the back of her ear, a little bit of the back of the neck there. Alright. There we go. Be careful with them glorb-dram turns. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. I was careful though. You saw it. You seen it. I was careful. Alright, so we're going to come back in with a fair amount of the parasite brown. I'm going to feather that back edge. I'm trying to keep this on frame for y'all too. It's hard. It's fucking really hard. Imagine for a moment while you're painting that you're trying to like maintain the point you're holding the model around like a pivot point. Alright, let's take a moment and mix in a little bit more blue for her eyes. Mix in a little bit of blue around the eyes again. Got like a 50-50 between the blue and the parasite brown here. We do want a touch of that like death around the eyes. Remember, under there's a skull, a spooky, scary skeleton. And even if you're not doing a spoopy painting, it's still there. There's still a spoopy skeleton underneath all of that. You know that. What did you say? John Cena is pretty heavy? Yes. You're saying heavy Cena instead of heavy Sienna. Yes. Everything stable? I see green over there. I see green. Let's continue. We're layering our parasite brown onto her skin. the best part is we are just gonna kind of undo all this work anyways with the skin tones once we start mixing in our lighting colors anyways. Find that kind of funny. Let's bring a little more parasite brown back here onto the earlobe as well, which has a piece of fuzz. So it ain't so. A little bit there, a little bit here. I think our parasite brown is starting to get a little thick again, because somehow my paints dry out on a wet palette. But we're going to take advantage of the full strength or near full strength parasite brown right now and build back up the neck where we had those problems before. I'm also surprised I didn't pick up the lessons from that latest Dr. Faust video where he did the skin with splotches of color. A little bit here as well. We need to work some into the back right here. Need a little bit of the parasite brown coming to the back here. Just a bit. Okay. Looking decent. The problems were all my end. For YouTube, it was being bad. No. There was also problems on my end. Comcast has fucked me again. But that's okay, because now I'm on my cellular network. And you know, alright, so I've been talking about maybe switching to AT&T cellular based internet. And I just want to point out that I'm currently on an AT&T hotspot. You know, it might be the answer. No more Comcast troubles. They've killed way too many of my streams. I think it'd be interesting to like do the average math of how much Comcast cost me over the course of the last 3 years. Dude, once again, I put a little bit of, just the tiniest bit of flat flesh in there, and it just ruins the look. Flat flesh, boo, earns bad color. What do we do with it? What do we do with the flat flesh here? Do we mix a tiny bit into a lot of the parasite brown? Till we have like a highlighty tone? Even that tiny bit. I think the problem with the flat flesh is it overwhelms the parasite brown like really bad. Alright, now we'll thin this out. Or blend it in, I guess is what I meant to say. We did end up with brighter patches. So you use the flat flesh maybe as a underpainting for your nice, rich, coppery parasite brown. Maybe use this flat flesh approach on these knuckles down here. We'll go back over with the parasite brown to mask the chalkiness. I think it's coming along nice. As long as there aren't any hidden data fees or something, it might be worthwhile. As an aside, I got AT&T fiber down here and got $250 worth of gift cards. Definitely have to sign up, switching bonuses to pay off. Unfortunately, Slink, Comcast is literally my only option for access to the building. It's either that or cellular-based services. And there are companies that run other ISP options in the city, but the problem is I have to get my building to let them come in and service the building. And I reached out to, I can't remember the name. It's like WebMonkey or something, some really stupid name. But they have really good fiber internet in San Francisco, and they were really nice to me. And they're like, "Hey, we'll reach out to the building. You don't have to do anything." And then my management just fucking ignored them. I think you're talking about AT&T having a plan there. Yes, AT&T has a plan, but they have cellular internet. I do not have any access to fiber. I'd switch immediately to anybody besides Comcast if I could. I hate that company, and I genuinely hope they go under. Yeah, the Google fiber building is like 100 yards right out that window. It's like if I was looking out this window right now, I could see it. Super llama or something. Maybe Parasite Brown just too weak. Try Flat Earth. No, Parasite Brown is the color. It's really fucking good. It's really fucking good. I think the problem is this has a lot of titanium white in it, and it's got that like super strong chalky chalkiness to it. Sideways llama monkey. It was like something like that. I can't remember, but they were super nice. And my building just sucks. The management sucks. They cheap out on everything that they can. That's the big kicker here. I could probably get access to decent internet if I raised enough of a stink and maybe like got some neighbors to sign a petition with me. It just sucks because, you know, the Comcast internet is fine like 90% of the time. But it's like when I was talking to the technician who was just here 2 days ago? 90% of the time it's not acceptable. It's not enough uptime, not in this modern world. Okay, so anyhow, now we're gonna mix in some shadows with the Parasite Brown. I think my Parasite Brown may have been through a cold cycle. It reminds me of the way my Andrea Blue has been acting. It's got like it's like kind of weak. Like the pigment seems like it has been reduced in functionality. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna come in with some forced shadows. We're gonna go back to our Parasite Brown again, and we're gonna blend those edges. Yeah, because like the full strength, no thinning Parasite Brown functions a lot like a thinned paint. But we'll use that to our advantage. We'll adapt and conquer. There we go. Smooth all that out. We're gonna start coming in with some of the yellow now too. So let's see how that goes. All right, one more hit on this hair. Cover those areas where the underpainting is showing through, since we're just reestablishing it anyways. How much time we got? 5 o'clock. Okay. We still got plenty of time. Plenty of time. I think we're going to lose a ton of time on the hair. I mean, on the eyes after we get done with the hair. So we want to think about that. Let's start working on the highlights for the skin. How thick is our yellow? Our yellow's in okay shape. All right. Because this spot is hot, baby. Not just hot, it's country fried. Hello, Battlebound. Hope you're doing well. Slink says I'm putting some paint down on that FDM Shadowhawk. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Love to hear it. All right, so from here, we're going to take our Parasite Brown. Let's put out a big amount, and we probably need to thin it. And in fact, I'm just going to thin it with a little bit of fluid retarder. I don't want to put too much, because it really does affect the paint drying. Slink says, man, I want to print out some BT minis, just got a few local slabs STLs. I don't have my resin printer available though, won't for a while. It's a bummer. That is really unfortunate to hear. Yeah, that sucks. Well, you'll just have to make up for it when you have access to it again. Alright, so now we're going to come in with our Parasite Brown Moon Yellow mixture. And we're going to start picking out spots that would be hit by that yellow lighting from above. This first layer is going to have a lot of spillover. So we can keep that in mind and really add a bunch to the face with it. The face and neck and whatnot. Even that ear will probably have a little bit. I'm guessing the environment would probably do a little bit of reflected light in this color. So we can even put the highlights kind of underneath as well. But as we get further and further and further into the yellow, we're going to concentrate that as the top down still. But this will put that foundational yellow into our coloration. A little bit on the neck down here. Control that some. More down here coming down. Keeping it thin. Keeping it real thin. I hope that's in frame too. I'm trying, y'all. And then it's on the a little bit on the chest here. Those collarbones. But not much. Just some light right there. Top of the hand. Or the wrist here. And then we're not any hitting that hand, I don't think. If we look at our light, like our light direction, we can see that hand is completely shadowed. So we're not going to have any of the yellow hitting that. We left your face, it's okay. Hooray face. Part of the reason I did the shadow, I'll get 300% in FDM. Yeah, that's fair. I got so many mechs to work on. I've been working on some 7th Army Comstar boys. These guys are almost ready for eBay. We got to finish the cockpits and the lens jeweling, and those are going up. They're sponge chipped. I hit them with the grime wash. We used some winter streaking grime to really gunge them up some. Last thing I did, I hit the bases with metallics and an ink wash. They're just about ready. That set will be posted soon. What do we got? King Crab, Crockett, Night Star, Guillotine, Champion, and Star Slayer. Full set of them. I got to go back in and redo the unit numbers. Come to find out, mineral spirits will dissolve the ink of Fighting Piranha Graphics decals. Skip. Freaking YouTube had me lagging, lol. Yeah, it's been bad today. It's been hella bad today. And then Comcast is further complicating it on my end. It's always good time. Always a good time. Alright, we're gonna do a second pass, I think, of this first layer of Parasite Brown plus yellow. Because I want that, like, I really want to establish this hard line of shading right here. The shadow is a cast shadow, which we may even deepen a bit once I get that black out. Okay, there we go. We're going to take a little bit of our moon yellow, and we're going to do another layer of Parasite Brown. So again, we're thinking about where that light's coming in and starting to apply maybe a little too much yellow. I think the yellow is going to quickly overpower the Parasite Brown as well. Let's pick that back up right there. I want to keep that edge like both crisp and also a little bit fuzzy. We're going to start to build up this yellow. The yellow is doing something similar though. I think this pigment just really overwhelms our Parasite Brown. Try to I'm tamp it down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I had to add back in a little bit of the Parasite Brown. All right, now I'm gonna go back in here again and start to bring that out and across on the nose there. Try to feather that. So this paint is very reminiscent of what the middle stone was doing, like where when you thin it way down, it's got like a pigment front coming off your brushes. Spec says she loves your MS Paint layout. Ah, yes. Yes, thank you. It's Big fan of it. I need to get some animated stuff at the bottom. I want to upgrade it without changing any of it. It's fun. I like that, like, that retro vibe. That Windows 95, VHS tapes, all that good stuff. Enjoy it quite a bit. Alright, so we got our yellow going on. She's still getting yellow on the face here. Who's responsible for this? Nightbot again? You don't get to Popcat without my Popcat. And you don't get to Popcat without a lizard either. Where's it at? Okay, so now we're gonna put another pass of our yellowy. A little bit here too. That lizard's so happy. So very happy. I need some more fluid retarder, I think. Add a little bit more, thin that out some more. Oh man, that cat is enjoying that brushing. Okay, so trying to keep this in frame for y'all, and I'm failing at it a little bit. Building up that yellow. More yellow, more yellow. Yellow here. Yellow there. And then we have to come back in again and glaze the purple like before. Alright, more moon yellow going in. Let's see how this goes. Same edge up here. We'll feather it in. Let's see here. Can we bring this camera in so y'all can see a little better? I bet it really won't show. Yeah, there's some subtlety getting lost. That in frame? We're gonna be right here. Bringing that yellow out and in. End it out. It's gonna get more yellow too. We feather that in. And grab a little bit more here. That nose, hit the lip here. Pick up that boo-boo we just made. That needs to dry before we can hit it again, so we'll get a little on the side of the chin, a bit more here, a little bit on the lower lip as well. Yellow, more yellow. I think we have a little that's hitting the other side of the face. Yeah, like right here. I keep wanting to drift to the right. We may have to pull the camera back out to the 90-degree angle. Yeah, we probably will. I was just trying to tighten it up where y'all could have it zoomed in all the way. I can maybe zoom more and keep it right there. It's probably the best bet. Oh, chat died again because I didn't skip the ad. Of YouTube's app. It's really awesome. All right. We still want a little bit of yellow on the side of the neck, I think, right here. But it's also in cast shadow from the chin, so that's a little tough to parse. And we want just a bit right here and on the neck as well. And in fact, the thing with the neck, she's got like she needs more shadow right here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Ads, they're so good. Big fan of ads, they're really cool. Oh, I forgot to put the damn yellow right here. We're skipping a few layers there. I wonder if I can feather it enough to compensate. It's hard to paint with the pigment front. So this is one of those colors where you gotta you push it where you want it to end. All right, here we go. We're doing more moon yellow in there. Doing a little bit more fluid retarder in there. A little bit more than that even. We're almost in pure moon yellow now. Just about. Almost there. So we gotta put this down and then feather that front into the last color. Same here, put it on, feather it across here, feather it out. A little bit right there, just a tiny bit. I think this is the last highlight that this spot right here gets. There we go. Feather that in. And I think it's interesting that her because we're dealing with skin here, we'd be dealing with more like subsurface scattering. So it can be a little softer on the highlight while also still getting the same like OSL effect going on. And then the neck gets the last little bit right there. Pow, pow, pow. This lady's talking about dirty things. I don't like it. Oh, look, an ad. I'm already mentally painting the October challenge pinup. Is that cheating? No. And if any of y'all want to get in on an October pinup paint-up challenge, let me know on the Discord. There's a post about it in contest and more section. You've got like what? You got like a week to get back to me if you need a print mailed to you. If you want to print your own, then I can just send you the files and you can get started. Uh-oh. Are we dead? Are we back? I'll build this coffee, and I'm going to take a peek at the stuff over there. Give me just a second, y'all. I'm going to hit the BRB screen right here. I'll be RB. I'll be right back. Stream. What am I looking for? I'm looking for that. Never died. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad we have a stopgap here, because boy oh boy, I am not a fan of streams dying to this very awesome and not at all predatory ISP. All right, so we're almost using pure moon yellow right now. And we are bringing it in and then feathering it out. Bringing it in, feathering it out. Bringing it in, feathering it out. I'm gonna hit it on the tip of that chin down there, kind of coming up. Feather that down right there. We're gonna do some very directly applied highlights. There we go there. And across the lip. Try to feather that some. And then can we get a tiny bit on the neck down here? Yeah, there we go. You know, it just hit me too. If the light's coming in here and her hair's got such shadow, then I think she'd also have shadow coming off her head and onto the neck. So we need to come in here, down here, and really darken this up. And then feather that a little bit. I can even see from here that there's like a pretty substantial natural shadow coming off of her chin. And if the natural light's doing it, then we definitely need to really emphasize what's there. Yeah, there we go. It's a little feather in there. All right, so we're gonna come in now with the final highlight, and we are going to use pure moon yellow, thinned with a little bit of fluid retarder, and really be careful. Where's it at? It's right there. Gotta really be careful with it, because we don't want to We want that highlight. We want the directional lighting, but we really don't want to too sharp of a highlight on it. Like that's way too big, so I need to really rub those edges there. Edge that yellow. Okay, there we go. A little bit there. I think that looks pretty fucking good. Y'all really can't see the subtleties in it because this camera sucks, but it's pretty awesome. So in continuation, oh fuck, I forgot the damn, I did a little bit of the wrist showing down here. And feather that out. And we'll come back in with our moon yellow straight up right there on the tip of that. And it even needs like we need some targeted shadow colors here and there. You know what, while we have that yellow out and we're fucking with it, I think maybe we might want to do the drawstring color. Let's see. Some more heavy sienna back here. We also want a pretty strong shadow line right here. I'll try and come in here without fucking it up. Like that. It's just the same, like, intensity of shadow that was on her hair onto the face, right? Okay, and then we can clean this up a little bit by taking our really dark German gray and then hitting the inside of the jacket. And now we need to clean up the not German gray with our medium sea gray. And we need to clean up this edge right here where we got brown all over our jacket rim. So we'll get that nice medium sea gray. And now we'll take our medium sea gray yellow mixture and reestablish our directional highlight. And we'll take a little bit more of our moon yellow and mix it into that color. And clean this back up right there and there. Looking pretty sick. Now we need a drawstring color. And I think what we're going to end up doing there is maybe just ivory. Maybe just straight ivory. Maybe just straight ivory. Which should be up here somewhere. There it is. Maybe straight ivory is the problem. We want to do ivory sea gray. I kind of don't want it to be exactly the same same base color as the other one. Fuck it. We'll use it. so we're gonna come in. We'll just hit those drawstrings all over first with a sea gray, just to flatten them out. Like a cool foundational tone, I suppose. All right, and then we'll take that and we'll mix in a little bit of ivory. And we're just gonna start building up a base tone on them. You know, I'm sitting here thinking too, I actually really want to do like a small pop of color. Y'all should pick a color for me for the little the drawstring caps, the pull things on the drawstrings, and then she's also got a hair tie in, and we'll do both of those in the same color. There's a tiny little pop of color. I'm kind of thinking pink, to tell you the truth. Real nice, maybe a magenta even. Y'all gotta let me know though. By the time we get there, we got time. If it doesn't match the hoodie, it's either black or white. Yeah, we're going with white. We're going for those. Or do you mean the pull tabby things? Pastel blue and pink. I don't want to introduce two new colors to it, tell you the truth. Alright, now we'll do some straight ivory here. Pastel blue, though. Do I have a pastel blue? I do have a nice blue. I can do them in, I can do them in like a sunrise blue. And it'd get a little bit of that, like, greenish hue to it as we add the, yellow in. Alright, so now we're going to take a little bit of the... Now we got something interesting happening here. In that our moon yellow is actually a darker color than our ivory. So it's actually going to get a little polluted by the yellowy highlights. Mix in more moon yellow. More moon yellow. Need that yellow influence on these. We'll just fuck that up. A little bit of shadow there. Now, can I get that shadow back in there without destroying this? The answer is mostly. Pastel blue and pink. I meant the string. Oh, the strings, yeah. Pink is good. I agree. Pink is good. I do have a really nice, get this color that was sent me. AK Magenta. That could be really fun. Yeah, string's got to be white. You're right on, Mr. Nate. Get that yellow influence on them, though. They're so small. They're so small. Is that in frame at all? Yeah, ish. It's funny, these things, I'm kind of breaking the rules here about painting white. They're just straight up getting painted white. And then we're going to glaze a little bit of moon yellow onto them. Well, not white, but ivory. Same deal, though. Glaze a little bit of that moon yellow on there. A little bit more. Okay. What is next? Another coat of brown right there. Fuck. All right. So, what do we do now? I think what we do now is we rebuild our glaze for our purpley tone. We're going to put 2 drops of water in it. Make it very, very thin. Very, very, very fucking thin. But I want to reincorporate everything. How much time we got? 5:42? Alright, we're running low on time now. Unfortunately. So what we need to do is start really stop dallying. Is this hand down here with our purpley tone. A little bit here too. I'm going to come in on the neck. Start glazing purple. Really, really thin it out. That's a really bad tide mark. Can we fight it? I think we can. We want just the tiniest hint of this purple. We want it up here too, though. Put that purple up in there. Put that purple down here. Had just a little bit of influence in the face from our example images, which I should have shown at some point. Problem is, it's a dark color. So we don't want to create a new shadow with it. We just want to tint on some areas with it. Like a filter. A little bit of that purple influence. And then we'll put a lot of it down here. We can almost just use that straight color, honestly. Build it up down there. It almost needs like maybe a blend of it with the parasite brown. Right there. Okay. Are we going to be able to get this hair done? Is the question. And then our bottom side of these drawstrings needs a little purple influence on them. There we go. Do another layer of glaze on this hand down here. It needs to have purple. Needs that purpley purple. Because that's what's happening down here. Our underlighting is purple. Okay. I think that's all right. Let's glaze a little more of this up here in the shadow. That actually just needs to be purple. Because like the only light that's hitting that area is our purple light. And we'll get a little bit more up here too. Wait, no, because it's coming in this way. It actually wouldn't really hit here all that much. We'll do a little bit, but that's it. Okay. All right. I want a black wash now. And I think we'll need this here. We need black. We need a good black. We are quickly running out of time. How much time did I lose trying to get the internet up? Have I lost a half hour to that? I would think so. I don't want to cheat the maximum allotted time, you know? Please let me skip this fucking ad. Trash, dude. YouTube with the unskippable ads. Holy moly. Platform's gone to garbage. Gone to garbage. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 30 minutes. It felt like 30 minutes. Okay, so from here, we want to do like, we're coming in with black. And we're hitting the camera with our face. Because that's really important to the process, you know. Coming in with black. Coming in with a heavy black. To deepen all the shadows. Edge of it. It's basically blackened water at this point, really. Of course, black is such a strong pigment that it's going to do its own thing. Right here needs more black. Bring it up onto the hair. Down here in the knot. Need some black. It's kind of basically functioning as a wash right now. I really don't want to skimp on the black, on the hair. But it's a spot we may have to cut some time. Actually. Hopefully not too bad. Well, we do want some shading in it here. It's kind of what we're going for with the black. Some depth to our hair layers. hear it and she can see it. There we go. A little bit here. Work some black into this interface, I think, between the hair and the skin. And if we don't flood it, we can take advantage of the like flowy action there. And it will sit in the crevices where we want it. Same as back here. We're just doing a black wash there. And then here, we're going to use the black wash to create an interface. There we go. We need a little bit of black wash right there. Just deepen that crevice. And then we're going to put some here too. Create a little division between these parts. And same down here. A little bit of sudden black shadow. Makes sense. And then we'll feather this one out like big time right there. Especially on that bottom end. Okay. And then all this underneath, that needs to be black. Not that anybody's going to be looking at this side of the model, because you really shouldn't be looking at this side of the model. It is meant to be viewed from one angle. But we need to come in here and black all this down. That too. Boom, 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 boom. Let's make sure it's not bleeding to the front. Okay. A little bit here. Create an artificial shadow. We're going to feather off the spillover here as well. Make sure to hit the camera another 12 times. We're going to create an artificial shadow with the black wash. And then here as well. You're going to come in, create an artificial shadow. And we're going to feather over any excess. Get rid of it. Pick it up. Lick the brush, pick it up. We want some right here. So we're going to create another little artificial bit of shadow on this. And pick up a lot of the excess. Okay, that's looking okay. I think we got room for another little artificial shadow right here in that crevice. There we go. A little bit here and there and here. That's looking pretty good. Also, timer doesn't start until brushwork begins, so you're good to 9:30. I think what I'll do is I'll still limit it to 8, and then that way, provided we need that much time, and then that way I have a little time to work on the plinth, which is going to take a while to print. I do want to work on the plinth, and I kind of feel like any time spent attaching the model to the plinth and like cleaning that up, I think that's also part of the process and should be included. All right. What can we do with the hair now? Some black wash in there. Okay. So we need to start working in what we're doing for highlights with the German camo black brown. And in fact, we're going to rejuvenate that paint right here with a bunch of water in it. I really don't know what the color we highlight into is, though. Do we do pale brown? No, I don't think so. Do we just go into flat brown? I think maybe we do. I'm out of room here. I think we do indeed work into flat brown. So let's get a little bit of flat brown here and let's start working into it. So I'll do like deeper than a 50-50, I think. Like 80% German camo black brown. We're gonna start just attacking again like we do before. Very like aggressive strokes. Well, I say that and then I'm delicately tracing these. We're gonna come in and we're gonna trace as much of this as we can. She needs to have dark hair. That's the big thing. I don't want to lose that as we get into it. But they do need depth. Need some depth to it for sure. I think we'll get a lot of that through the yellow though. You know, shit, do we even need a highlight color? Honestly? If we're just doing into the yellow? Maybe we don't actually need that. We can do this one layer of the tiny bit of flat brown in there. And then that's probably, honestly, that's probably all we need. We're just trying to put a little extra depth to the areas where we put the black wash, I suppose. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here. Just start working in the yellow, start working in the purple. Like a shininess that we want. Here we just want to get the black under control. Anywhere we put black down, we want the black to be in the crevices where it belongs. Maybe the eyebrows deserve a little bit of highlight here. As well as our eyelashes deserve a little bit of a highlight. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's fucking do this. Alright, so we're gonna take our let's just get rid of that pale brown there. Peel up this paint. And start. I'm just gonna make a new batch, I think, of our German camo black brown here. Let's make a new batch right there. Don't need much. We're gonna put fluid retarder in it. I think 2 drops. Another drop of water. Boom. Okay. Excellent. Did you bust yet? I've busted several times. I know what that means. Nuh-uh. Alright, so we're going to start mixing in our moon yellow. This actually needs to be thinner still. Let's do 2 more drops of water in it. Now, okay, so we're going to regard this model and really start thinking about where this light is going to hit. And it's kind of dead on and down from this angle. There's not much of a jump yet, but if we don't do this layer, I think we're gonna lose some of the natural highlighting. We definitely have like a round shape that needs to get traced here. All of this hair is going to be very lit up right there. Bustin makes me feel good. That's all I'm thinking about. Now, how do we get that color onto the brown black? I'm sitting here thinking about the purpley color and what it's going to take to get on there. If it needs like a carrier color to show up or not. I think it may. Oof. I feel like I've dallied a lot, and we're going to use a lot of time on this hair. Okay. Start putting in some more yellow. It does start showing up basically immediately. They were half finished, so I guess it doesn't. Bam, 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 now. All right. Man, I'm sitting here thinking, like, how much easier is it to just dry brush things, you know? Especially when dealing with hair. Instead, we're gonna have to pick out individual pleats of hair. That's fine. Just hunky-dory. Perfectly fine. Just this, the eyes, and the pull string thingamabobs and the hair tie, and I think we'll do those in pink. I do like the pastel idea. I just don't want to do two colors. I don't want to introduce an extra color where it's unnecessary. So much fuzz on this fucking model too. Oh my god. The fuzz. Why fuzz? Why? Alright, let's come across the top of the hair now. See what we can't. My finger's like locking up, dude. I gotta fight the hangry. But that's fine, because you know what? As soon as this stream's over, I've got some fucking lentils and rice to chow down on. And they're going to be even better the second day, as beans are wont to do. Alright, we need a little bit of yellow coming down this side, I think, too. It's definitely going to catch the light. Maybe a little bit on the tip here would also be yellow. Across the top. All this color right now is doing is creating a foundation for our yellow, which we're going to be putting on soon. So we can still be a little bit sloppy, but pretty soon we're going to have to start tightening up the application. Why the popo climbing on your model? That doesn't make any sense to me. I must have missed something. Bringing it back. What's the time attack? Okay. All right. We want to highlight these eyebrows now. They're definitely going to have the directional highlighting, as are the lashes. Okay. I maybe need a bigger brush for this. Let's clean this one out real good. Pleats. Fuzz on the models. Fuzz equals fuzz. Oh, yeah. Dude, there's so much fuzz on this model today. Pleats. There were pleats. The fuzz, I'm not sure where it comes from. You know, maybe it's coming out of my compressor. I don't fucking know. Pleats are folded cloth hair as plates. Plants? I don't know if that's true. Knowing you, it probably is. Alright, so we've just taken the step into like yellowy, actual yellowy on our brown. So from here, we're gonna have to really start shrinking down these highlights and whatnot. More targeted application. So we got to think about the directionality of these highlights. Definitely don't think we need to do as much feathering on the hair, because its hair has a luster to it, so it's going to go very quickly into shimmer. Mr. Nate doing words. You and your words, sir. All right, so now I always love how yellow plus like greenish tones, or yellow plus blackish tones yields a green. And this one was definitely no exception. Do a second pass on some of this. I think after this layer, it's going to really start tightening up until we hit straight yellow. The song is making mouth clop noises. I don't know if y'all caught that. I think that's silly. Okay. More yellow. Yes, thank you, Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot. I too shall pop up the cat. Boy, oh boy. Boy. There we go. I think this is getting our yellowy tone up there as well. Down here. Popping cats. The cats, they do be popping. Why must they pop? Oh, I forgot. That one's got multiple popping cats, yes. Alright, so I think that's all we get on this side. So we're going to go a full drop of moon yellow. And we're going to put a drop of water to accompany it. Give it a good stir and see what that looks like. This is already getting into intensely yellowed color. You got to be a little more careful with this application. There we go. Dude, what about this though? Oh my god. Like that. Is that fan still blowing? It is. How we holding up? Is my internet still doing the thing? Hotspot saves the fucking day. Alright, so this is gonna be tough. Gotta really start dialing in the detail work here. By the time we get to just straight moon yellow, it needs to basically be little edge highlights. I believe so, at least. Such green at the moment. A little bit here, a little bit there. I'm definitely starting to feel the fatigue. I don't know if y'all can tell. But we shall get this done. The time is ticking. The clock is counting down until such time as it is done and submitted for Rising Ape. And if any of y'all want to get in on this particular bit, I think you probably still could if you got over to the Rising Ape Discord. I don't want to speak for the community to say that, but it wouldn't surprise me if you could get in on it still. 8 hours to paint the bust. And if you miss this one, make sure to get in on the challenge this next month here on Country Fried Minis, where we're doing a pinup paint-up challenge. We have a very specific model in mind. It's a 3D print, so if you have access to a 3D printer and want to print your own to get in on it, I will give you the file if you sign up. And if you don't have access to a 3D printer and want to get in on it, I will mail you a physical print. You just need to let me know that you're interested and post about it. The challenge will be 31 hours to spend on your pinup through the month of October, and then we will critique everybody's work live on stream on the 31st. And anyone who doesn't make it and wants a link to their critique, I'll timestamp each one. It'll be fun. There's no winners or losers. Just a challenge for people to get out there and paint and do some fun stuff, to do some really challenging display work. Really get in there and flex your painting skill. Learn some new techniques, try some challenging stuff. Spend a little longer on the model than you would normally. I think it'll be hella fun. Plus, it's a spicy, spooky pinup. As far as I'm aware, you have up to the last minute to join, so long as you don't go over the time budget. Yeah, that makes sense. For the 8 hour, yeah. 8 hours or bust. I fucked that up there, so we need to redo it. Redo that little bit there. So the best part is we kind of got to do this whole approach again on the other side for the purple. All right, coming right along. I think we'll do a second pass on some of this here and really strengthen up the application instead of doing a whole new layer right here. Just using the opacity as a highlight, basically. Like all this hair, like this whole strand right here, I think is going to be lit up, basically. Shit, it's so funny. In the end, I could have saved so much time just by skipping the damn zenithal. It was a waste. But the lessons were learned. And now we know. Okay. Do a little more on the front of this side here. Right there. Right there, down here. Need some too. Oh shit, I skipped that whole section inside of there. So I actually should probably get a little bit of yellow in there. Let's feather the back of that. There we go. Do a second pass. Right here. And then right there. Very directed application. This needs to be very lit up in comparison. It's like the most important spot to highlight. Sriracha. Push that up in there. There we go. This one too. Should be very bright. This one should be very bright. This one should be very bright. That should be very bright, yeah. This too. That and that and that. Alright, one more drop of moon yellow. Bloom. Let's add another drop of water in there. Well, 2 drops, I suppose. Let's see how bright this gets now. That's pretty bright. We're getting there. I think we got 2 more layers of this. We got 1 more drop of the yellow and then just straight moon yellow. Time is running out though. And we haven't even started the eyes. Today is a test of endurance. Can the paintbrush last out? I painted this whole thing basically with a 3.0, by the way, in case any of you care to know. I guess it'd be the equivalent of using a 000 all day for another brand. Okay, we're starting to get into more control lights here. Bum, 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 bum. A little bit here, a little bit there. That maybe needs to be reduced a lot. Okay, here we go. So could you imagine spending like, instead of 30 minutes on this hair, taking like 4 hours to just do the highlights on the hair, and like how awesome that would fucking be. I'm really excited about the pinup paint up. $31 hours on a model? Yes. You know, I see that other redeemed grenade launcher, and I think it was still on cooldown. You know, there is another great option, and that's redeemed flashbang. All right, a little bit here, a little bit there. Less on the back. Much less on the back. That needs some, that needs some. A bit here, a little bit there. Fucking, basically, we're trying to create this shape back here of like a ring around the head at the high point. But we're also having the limitation of the light is coming from one direction. So really got to think about what we're doing on this side. We'll do a little bit on the front here, and then we'll do one more little pass right there. And it just hit me that we have skipped a lot of highlights on the eyebrows. So I'm hoping we can maybe make up for it right here, just a tiny bit. There, not much, just a little bit, little tiny bit. And then this would not actually be lit up because it's coming in straight like that. All right, and we'll do a second pass of this color to really amplify it. And then we'll go into one more drop of our moon yellow. And then I think a second layer after that we'll have this color, or this section, done. It's a little shinier than I'd like for examining right now. So I can't really see how rough a few spots are. This right here probably needs to be pulled down a little further to make that make sense. I probably shouldn't have put this layer there, actually. But here we are. A little bit right there, a bit here, a little bit there. All right. I think this top here is a little undercolored. Maybe a little bit more there. And here on the back end of that plate. This needs to really be amplified. Bam. And then this leading edge for sure, right here. Really intensely bright. And up here as well. Especially on the top here. There we go. Another drop of yellow. I actually think maybe even 2 drops this time. Or like a drop and a half. 2 drops of water. Let's mix it up. Get that hella bright. We may be starting to hit a point where we gotta put this color into the yellow instead. The last 9 minutes have taken like 70 years for me. Alright, so we're going to start shrinking down the highlights and making them more deliberate. At least each layer of highlight is like less material to work on, you know? It has hit me though. I gotta do all this over again on the other side. And I just don't know if we're gonna have time for that. I really don't know. Fuck that up a little bit. This one needs some color, that needs some color, some right here. That was sloppy. Super sloppy. All right. It is really hot in here. I don't like it. I wish it was not hot. All right, so I think we're hitting a point where we can like diminish the highlights to kind of create that shiny effect. If that makes any sense. So like we're gonna concentrate it more on this top here as we get into the yellow color, because I think if we put too much yellow, it's gonna really start to detract from the shininess of the hair, and it's also like a way to save some time that we're out of now. Yeah.
And a double helping
and a double helping of gravy, dude. Oh, jeez.
I am the cream of the crop, and there is no one that does it better.
All right, here we go. We're going 2 drops. Going 2 drops in this color. Boom, booyaka chow. Yeah, dude. We're there. We're there. Two more passes of this, and it's hiccup.
Yeah. But you do work out.
I do.
Give me 10.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. She can go on forever.
We're talking about the thugs. T is for terrible, H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail, cause a thug takes fell.
All right, push-ups. I like a push-up. I like a push-up, 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 push-up. All right, where are we at? 641. All right, so we are at the
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the country fried Missinis. Happy birthday to you. You know we gotta get thug. T is for terrible, H is for hell, U is for ugly, and G is for jail. Because a thug can't spiel.
Thug can't spiel. Thank you, Mr. Comstar. I am old today. I was also old yesterday, to be fair. All right, so this layer is going to be very targeted. We're basically only hitting areas that hit 2 requirements. First requirement is on the horseshoe shape around the top of the head. Second requirement is they would be in the direct line of sight of the light source coming down. Because basically we do this layer, and then we're gonna do the yellow. No longer a greenish tone. Very limited highlights here to make the hair look rich. It's too much there. Let's thin that out. Am I in frame? I think it's in frame. Put it here. Too much. Flatten it back out. Let's reapproach that again. Top here. Like the same rules as like a NMM as far as like applying the high contrast. We're gonna put this color right up next to areas that aren't quite as bright, just like in the NMM We'll put your brightest tone next to a darkest tone. High contrast. We got a few spots like that here. Boom, that right there, get some. This that gets a touch. That gets a touch. Someone's popping. Oh, who knows who it is, because an ad played and it killed my chat again. It's Nightbot. Crazy thing is, tomorrow you'll be even older. Yeah, exactly. You know, all the times I've typed in Redeem Popcat on this device, it still thinks I'm trying to say podcast. Consistently. It's a silly machine. I've even added Popcat to the dictionary. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever actually typed podcast intentionally on this device. It's so silly. All right. Boom, boom. I think we put a bit of the high highlight back here. Just a little bit right there. Maybe on the tip of that hair. And we're going straight yellow now. Actually, what we'll do is we'll put this yellow down. Y'all probably can't tell, but I've used this yellow and mixed in, there's a tiny bit of the brown in it. So that's the tone we'll use. I gotta admit, y'all, I'm spent. This is tough. This is tough going. Mentally very taxing. All right, so same deal. We're gonna come in here and we're going to very deliberately hit just the higher points of what we just did. So right there, right there. Do a little feathering of it. Try to be super deliberate here. I'm going to come across the top of this. Come down that. This gets a little right there. This gets a little right there. I think it's a touch right there. This gets a little on the back end right here. Alright, and we're going to get the front and back of this plate. Do a little bit right there. Just a tiny bit. Same here. Hit that outer edge. Hit kind of in the middle as well.
Okay.
You got time to duck?
You got time to duck?
All right, a little bit right here. A little bit on this edge right here. Zip it, zip. A little bit right here at the point. Bam. A little bit here and here. I hope that's in frame. I don't want to interrupt my flow to get to it. All right. You'd probably get a little more yellow on that, honestly. Let's do a second pass and really reinforce it. I'm struggling a bit. Y'all, I'm struggling a bit. Tell you the honest truth. It's rough. A little all over the place. Shaky hands. Broken mind. Spent. But I think that's largely what we're going for. Let me put a little bit on the tip of the hair down here. Just a tiny bit right there. Like that. And the same down here. We'll put a little bit on that high point there. And a little bit right there. In our yeller. Maybe some right here. Bring that edge out. And just want to reinforce the yellow that we have. And ensure that the deepest point of those highlights is yellow, yellow, yellow. Not mellow yellow, but like a super vibrant, bright yellow. My hands are fucking shaking. I think that's good there. What can we do now to make sure we're done? Guys.
Grim donated a $5 super chat. It's looking good, Mr. Guy, power through. The model is starting to model very well. Shrimp Dagger Moai.
Shrimp Dagger Moai. Thank you, Mr. Grimm, for the generous dono. Yeah, she's really looking like something. Man, I really wish y'all could see that purple. Like, it's much more vibrant than what the camera's saying. We gotta do the eyes. We gotta do at least the eyes. And then she really needs some purple hitting the hair up here. Don't really know exactly how I'm gonna tackle that yet. So, honestly, the bright... This is like not bright enough here. This is not bright enough. So what we're gonna do is we're really gonna intensify it right here. We got to bring this up some. And the reason I say that is we have this really intense hard black shadow, so that whatever is casting that needs to be like really bright. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here and really boost up the area that's getting hit, creating that shadow. Doesn't really make sense that we just have edge highlights here without it being intensely bright. So we're gonna boost this right here too. We can feather the edges, you know, bring them down. It's fine. It's thin enough that we're getting that action. We can still keep those dark cuts between the pleats, plants, whatever the fuck they're called. But this needs to be really boosted. It's throwing like a hard black shadow, right? So it needs to be boosted up. Plus, I found a piece of fuzz that's gotta go. Let's fucking get it. Big boost to that color. My hands are shaking, and I'm tired of the shaking hands. Stop that fucking shaking. Stop that fucking shaking. There we go. That is starting to look more like... She's kind of looking like she had fucking highlights in instead of like a yellow light shining down. That looks a lot better now. And even this front end right here probably needs to be brighter. Boom, 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 boom. Here as well. Yeah, much better. Much fucking better. Alright, and what we'll do is we're going to create an extra layer now with our moon so we can increase a little bit of depth right here. Where's that color? It's right there. Let's feather it out. Both ends of that. Feather it out. Feather it out. Feather it here. Bring it down to this. Bam. Feather it out right here. Top and bottom. Feather it out here. Top. Bring it out over here. There we go. A little bit more right there. Alright, now we come back in with our yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow right here. Yellow right here. Yellow right here. Yep. Yellow. Even more yellow. Yellow at the top. Yellow here. Yellow. We'll feather it. Feather the edges. Feather the yellow. Feathered yellow. Yellow feathers. Okay. Now it looks like a fucking directional highlight, right? That's way better. Okay. What do we do now? We got eyes to work on. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it, not one bit. Okay. But what we do for the eyes, for one, we're going to bring our camera into our 65-degree viewing angle. Our ivory is kind of chunky, so we're going to reconstitute it. Reconstitute our ivory. Get our ivy back. We're also going to use a little bit of the gray we had before, and I think I need a brand new fucking brush for this. Not you, but you, maybe? Here, we're going to bust out a new crisp 3.0 liner. And we're going to attack these eyes first with a little bit of the same gray we used earlier. And we're just going to paint them. Remember, eyes are not white. You can get away with that if you're just painting like tabletop standard minis, that's fine, but eyes are not white. So if you're doing your display pieces, remember that. In fact, I'm going to go a darker gray even here. Pretty dark gray. Is that in frame? I'm going to try to keep this in frame. And actually, this eye is in more shadow than the other one. So we're even going to start with like the our German gray on that one. What the fuck was that? Something just fell down. Oh well, don't care. Alright, now I'm going to grab that last gray we were using. Right here. A little tap in some water. Start working it up here. All right, now we're going to start working in some ivory. Same over here. I'm going to feather that back end. I don't want to preserve some of that other gray. All right, more ivory. I need to correct this little fuck up right here on the back. There we go. Let's work in more ivory. It's not wet enough. Too wet now. All right. Some ivory on this eye now. Squirrel-doo. Alright, so we still want like a nice smooth finish on the eye here. So we're gonna some really thinned out ivory. Get a nice glaze over it. And then I also need to fix where I keep getting the white in the crevice. Right up here. We're gonna wash it in with a little bit of the eyeshadow color. Just hit it with a nice little targeted pen wash. Do the same to the bottom too. There we go. Alright, so from here, we want to figure out what color we're doing the eyes. Don't really know yet. I think they need to be like some kind of complementary color. We're going to take that same brown start in with some pupil work. How big do our scleras want to be? I'd say pretty big, actually. Say if anything, we don't want that like psychopath look. I'm gonna go with like a more like oversized look, I think, to touch on some of that anime feel, I guess, for lack of a better like term. Alright, and then she's kind of looking that way, so we want to try to match that over here. Here we go. The eyes are not equally sized. That's funny. Alright, what color eyes do you have, lady? Is she looking in the same direction on both sides as well? I think it's a little off, honestly. Just a little bit off. What we'll do is we'll bring the lower right side of this sclera down. And now I think they're lined up like that. Okay, so this project has been kind of a love letter to that yellow. So I think we're gonna go with like a nice hazily eye. Again, I want her ethnicity to be kind of a mystery. So we're gonna go with some paint that's gonna make a fucking mess everywhere. And we're gonna go with flat earth. We're going flat earth. Of course, why wouldn't we use flat earth at least once on this project? Alright, so we're going to apply this basically over the whole sclera we just did, but we're going to try to leave an extremely faint, or very fine, not faint, a fine line of the brown we used. We need it to stay. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Now, the smaller and cleaner we can keep that line, the better these are going to look. Okay, so now we take our moon yeller. We're going to mix up a little batch of flat earth moon yellow mix. Ooh, booyah chow. And we're gonna put it towards the top. There we go. We're gonna mix in a little bit more moon yellow. All right, so we got those readied up, and what we're gonna do is take straight black. We're gonna try to put in these fucking pupils without cocking it up. This is usually where it goes south for me. So here we go. Here we fucking go. We're going for kind of ovoid pupils, I think. Remember, if you go too small with the pupils, the figure starts to look like a predatory animal. So like, we want to try to not go too far there. I think that's pretty good there. And then this other side needs to be matched, and it's kind of upwards. My eyes are trying to fucking cross doing this. Focus, eyes, focus. How is that, y'all? How's that looking? A little shiny yet. How's that fucking looking? Alright, so now we need some highlights on those eyes. And our light source is coming in like this. Which means we want ivory dots. But not just ivory. Ivory plus moon yellow. Like that, and then this one gets the same fucking treatment. Okay, so what we're missing now, I think, we need a little bit more shadow to these eyes. So I want that same brown, really, 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 really thin. We're gonna come in and we're gonna just, we're gonna put a little bit up underneath them like that. Wick away the excess. I think those are fucking striking. We need a little bit more glaze there. A little shadow. We might actually need a little bit of dark gray back there. Right there. Damn it. I cocked that up. I should have waited for it to dry. It's alright, I can fuck with it later. I think them's our eyes, right? What else are we missing now? We're missing... I know what fell now. It was the cap to my damn paintbrush. What are we missing now? We're missing our magenta. Deem's eyes all right? Yeah, I think so, right? Came out decent. We need our magenta now. Let's use this tray. Do magenta for our little pull tab thingamabobs. These things right here, just the color. A little tiny pop of color. Little tiny pop of color. Same here. No pressure here, right? Like no fucking pressure at all to not cock up what you've done so far. My eyesight is like hella giving out at this point. Alright, same treatment on the hairband now. It's very thin color, so we can use it to blend. You know what just hit me too? I could probably use this tone as the pink, the purple kind of color on the hair and get our nice reflected light going on. and then we'll actually be done. 7:20, holy fuck, dude. Time sure flies when you're being mad at Comcast for butts. Yeah, let's fucking just come in here with a... Let's come in here with a little bit of purple underlighting here and there while we're at it. I'm gonna set that brush down so it stays preserved. We're gonna switch back to regular camera. This is fortuitous. Fortuitous circumstance has delivered unto us a very nice way to paint up our purple underlighting. Onto that black brown. Put down here. It is just straight up an undershade, like a directional light from below. Yes, fuck yes. Fuck yes, I cannot believe this is working. A little bit back, a bit on the back, not much, because the back needs to be kind of black, really. Here, a little bit back there. Fuck yeah! Little teasing strokes of this color. And you know what? We might as well come in and align that and brighten these up with a little bit of the fucking magenta in the end. Perfect. Okay, incredibly. All right, back to the tiny brush. We'll do a second pass on these. We want to really push it to the edge. All right, and then we're going to take our magenta and our yellow. We're going to mix them together and create a yellow directional highlight. Just hitting it right on top. Same here. But not much, just a touch back here. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I had to find a brush. All right, there we go. I'm gonna pass out though. Happy Paint Boss. Thank you for stopping by, sir. Yes, magenta indeed. It is that very magenta. It is indeed that magenta. Well, big thanks to those of y'all who were here so late. Shout out to Comcast for killing the stream. Real fucking stand-up company they got. really awesome, if you ask me. Insanely quality stuff. I think that's about all we could ask for with the purple there. Let's mix in a little bit more yellow and create a yellow highlight for these. Right on the tippy tip. And then we're going to take straight yellow. We're going to do a minuscule dot of edge highlight on them. And I'm going to call that, we're 7 hours. 7 hours on this. And there she is. Looking nice directional work. Get a little pop of purple in the hair. Maybe just one more pass on this hair tie so it doesn't look like so haphazardly applied. And then we'll even put a little bit of the yellow back in on this side. There we go. I think I achieved what I was after. I'm very satisfied with the work, and I will post a picture to the Country Fried Minis Discord. I got my plinth printing. The plinth is going to be solid black, and then we'll rehome her to that position, and we'll post it. If any of y'all want to print, if any of y'all want to paint this model in particular, let me know. I can send it to you. And we also have a painting challenge coming in October. So if you want to paint a pinup and spend some time doing a display piece, let me know. Sign up on the Discord. Yeah, I think so too, Mr. Nate. Check it out. We'll do one more pass up close. I think I got the directional lighting on it like I intended. The color is not correct, unfortunately. Thanks to the webcam, but she's going to be viewed from this angle. And then there's like a whole bunch of purple in here that you really kind of can't see. You know what? It does need one more pass before we go. And it is to come down here and get a little magenta on the underside of these here. So you guys wouldn't know, but the inspiration for this was that I took this thing into... I brought the model into Blender and I did 2 directional lights on it. One yellow spot, and then one purple. I don't know what's what. One was a directional and one was not. And just did 2 directions of light and wanted to recreate that. I was hoping that we could have done it with the airbrush, but I think we achieved it with the brush. Again, big shout out for y'all coming through and checking out what we got going on. Keep an eye out for more streams. We're going to do a whole bunch more this week. It's going to be really fun. We got some stuff in store. More mechs. Who knows what else. Anyhow, I'm fucking exhausted. I'm going to go get some food. And I might be on the Discord in like a half hour or something. Anyhow. Fucking toodaloo. Thank you guys so much. Goodbye.